need to 20. Oh, shit. This is cringeworthy but hilarious at the same time. Yes, he won 4,000 and went way too early on that. Trigger happy on the bill and the buzzer. You're lucky. No, that's how you play lucky numbers. Your lucky numbers were up. Thank God it's over. Who you gonna? Ghostbusters! It's something strange in a neighborhood. Oh, man. Compare that to a later season of Lucky Numbers, and you'll see a major difference in my hosting abilities. Ugh, man. So, there you have it. That was me reacting to the pilot episode. If you want to see it for yourself, click it on the description below. I want to thank you all for watching this reaction video. If you like this video, make sure to give this a thumbs up. Share it with your friends and family and all around the world. And consider subscribing to L4GSTV Channel 90. And if you want to be notified for new uploads on my channel, ring that notification bell icon so you never miss a new upload on my channel. From all of us here at L4GSTV Channel 90, I'm Alex Perez saying so long, everybody.
Anywho. Anyway, on to the show. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM 2020 day number 227, and today we're doing Ripley's Believe It or Not episode oh yeah, it's 16 for 62, and all you have to do now is complete the book reviews, 2 book review episodes, and 2 LJPCBM episodes, and we'll be done for the rest of the day. So let's just do it now. Now before we let me get some water, and then we'll come right back. I just feel like funniest thing with the puppets. Come right back, folks. Yeah, shut up! God help me. Made a clip from... Yeah. Hold on one moment here. Oh, after I'm done with Ripley's Believe It or Not episode number 60 to 62, let me go ahead and read a book. Let me just go ahead and do book reviews. I'm just going to tell Alex something. I'm not going to say it to record this, but I'll tell Alex something very quick, real fast. And this might be private for purposes only. But anyway. You're not gonna Anyway. I'm not trying to be mean, just trying to be nice to Alex. That was it. No, react to this. It's just... what it's like. I just want to see what it's like. Okay, where are we? We're at Rotten Fruit. Episode 59, please believe it or not. I'm not sure where we are. There you are. Check. Okay. But please believe it or not, episode 60 is where I'm at, okay? Yeah, it didn't work on me. Let's cut out the place. You know what? Screw it. I spelled outtake wrong. Oh well. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Please Believe It or Not, episode 60. And today we read you Telltale Sign. We're just gonna read it now, so we got, shall we? So we got Maria Valdez, we pronounce it, of Hawthorne, New Jersey. Drove for about 8 miles, 13 kilometers. On where that there was a long metal sign sticking out from the sunroof of her car. So tell me, believe it or not. And that wraps up this episode. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one. It's gonna be Mary Tree. Until next time, salute Jersey, goodbye, peace out, baby. We're gonna have more stuff for you guys very soon. Till then, Jump Saint out. See ya. Okay, now we're gonna do now is save this. So, we got. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Ripley's Believe It or Not, episode 61, and today we read you Mary Tree. So let's read it down. So we got, shall we? So we got. In a special ceremony, Karen Cooper married a giant. Wow. 100-year-old figure tree in Snail Family Park, Fort Myers, Florida, in the hope of saving it from being chopped down. So tell me, believe it or not. And that wraps up this episode. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be episode number 62, Bucket Wish. Till next time, salute Jerry, goodbye, peace out, baby. Get more episodes for you guys very soon. Till then, Jump Saint out. See ya. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Ripley's Believe It or Not, episode number 62. And today we read you Bucket Wish. Let's read it down. So we got, shall we? So we got 46-year-old driver who was pulled over for a violation by Iowa State Patrol following a 15-minute pursuit through Des Moines, way to pronounce it, told troopers that he wanted to be chased by a police car because it was on his bucket list. Oh God. So tell me, believe it or not. And that wraps up this episode. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one. It's going to be Modified Mom. Till next time, salute Jerry, goodbye, peace out, baby. We get more videos, guys, very soon. Till then, Jump Saint out. See ya. Yeah. 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 Fine. There. It's very nice. Now all we need to do now is get taping. 260, 61, 62. Let me know. Okay. Folks, just to let you know, I just came back to do Ripley's Believe It or Not episodes, but I just checked on my list. Check. Anyway, check and check me. Okay. Okay, 1 o'clock. $49. Good. Okay. This might take me a while. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to delete the... Yeah, sorry. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to delete stuff right now. So we got, shall we? So we got. But anyway, let's go ahead and do this now before we actually begin. Let's see here. Still exporting. Okay, so what's going next? Okay. Now all we need to do is upload part 4. And I'll be ready to go. Because I'll be doing that. Ready to go. Okay. Sorry I was sweating over here. Imagine I have no sweat in here. So I have no idea what to say here. Anyway, it's only an hour, 10 minutes left till video time is uploading. Anyway, next up. Move on to the next thing. I keep listening to my music every time I keep the record this thing, you know? I don't know what's going on with me right now. Just ignore that. I just thought it was a good idea what's going on. But anyway, let's go ahead. No. Okay. Book reviews time. Hello guys. This is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode 16. Oh, this is not 16 at all. Cut. I don't know what happened here. Yeah. I think we're on 17. Okay, let's see where it's going. Save as. Okay, now what we're gonna do is tape my thing, because I'm supposed to do 17. Okay, there we go. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode 17. And today we'll be doing chapter 16 of Street Gang. So let's read it now. See what we got, shall we? See what we got. Where are we here? Okay, chapter 16. Okay. Sometimes life is like the movies. Okay, where are we here? Okay, check it off. The list here. Okay, there we go. Got it. Page 270. Okay, there we go. Okay, come on, move. Dang it. Anyway, sometimes it's like the movies. A story is these 3 acts. It was just the way the founders of Sesame Street who found themselves dealing with a series of challenges in the 70s. All this stuff that considers the middle stage of any drama. Okay? Finally, would be difficult to define exactly what Act 2 began. The one thing to distinguish it from Act 1 was easy to spot things complicated way to pronounce it. Okay. Raposo was both a delight and a distraction to Joan Can's Cooney. Her band leader, as he referred to himself and corresponded to her, could alternately to be a sweetheart or a pain in the ass. And yeah, sorry to cuss in the video, but I'm not going to say it. But anyway, sometimes both within the same 5-minute period. No one ever brought in him in his musical talent, both as a performer and composer. But certain of his colleagues often found him an origin of Quidditch petty pop-did out graduate, way to pronounce it. There was never enough love that no one could bestow on Joe in the eyes of Joe. Wow, Cooney said. I don't know Cooney would say that. I mean Cooney, excuse me. If Olympic good was handed off in this name dropping, Raposo would have spent half of his life on male platform. His casual conversation would be proper way to pronounce it, with reference in starlet and statesman. The important people of the world who was forever seeking his consual and coordination. The proposal once approached Chris Cherf with the Demilla. I just don't know what to do, he said. I just have a terrible decision to make. What is it, Joe? Kurt said. 2 of my best friends are running against each other for president. Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. I just don't know what to do. But your conscience, Kurt advised him. 12 proposal would accept and his dance need to the press. Kurth and Cooney accepted it as a gaudy for wrapping it upon the given his friendship, unlike some name droppers who give the false impression to they mingled with the Garetto. Raposo did exactly what Barbara Streisand, Frank Sinatra, and Walter Cronkite. Joe was the first man to kiss me on the cheek, we called Cronkite. Wow. Took even a strong stomach for show business success to tolerate Raposo in his worst. And corroborate evidence, he was all first person singular a self-guarded aggrandized would pronounce he must excuse me his most great selfish acts emigrant made with their way upstream to Cooney's death, and she would have to soothe the wounded. Excuse me. Raposo clashed with anyone who dated Cornish upon its perceived turf. Chief among his targets was Jeff Moss, a cabin kangaroo veteran who to see Joe Stone as the head writer. Damon script writing. The sometimes comparable Moss was a gifted poet, composer, and lyricist. Raposo, a Harvard graduate, perceived the present educated most of it rival and frat, and Moss did little this with him. What pronounce it? The graduate and grade moment between the two came one day when Moss skipped into the studio when the lead sheet for the new song he had written for the mass chip Ernie. Moss had previously written for a perfectly disgracefully lost for Oscar entitled I Love Trash. Recorded with Panchu by Carol Spinney and later included in the original Sesame Street cast album, Raposo and Moss famously feuded over who would get the most songs featured in the album. Moss's new tune, a little ditty entitled Rubber Ducky, gave Ernie the opportunity to sing the praises of his main squeeze, a yellow bath toy that often accomplished him on dry land. Wow. Left behind my Moss in the music room for Raposo to orchestrate and score with Goonies band leader finally got around to giving in a run through on the piano. When he was done, Raposo reached for the pencil and said music coordinator and house band drummer David Elpson scribbled something on the music. And handed off to the parts unknown. Opson picked up the combination to see that his boss was written ho-hum across the top of the lead sheet. Okay, it was exactly nasty. He said there was some style with the insult. A certain classness. After that, Joe and Jeff really went at it, banging each other over the head, but always in the Ivy League kind of way. Okay. Proposal Fairy search with the Envy, with Rubber Ducky, sung by Jim Henson in the 1920s. Voodoo style of Roddy's Follies rocker to number 11 on the Billboard Top 40 charts in 1971. He went nuts. Eppin said, "Wow, the success of that song not only boosted most of Moss's bank account, but his standing as a songwriter. Wow." He went on to write a small library of songs for Sesame Street, including the epic gem, "I Don't Want to Live on the Moon." Moss's lyrics and his later books and the children's rhyme beautifully reflected the illiterate life of children. Composers could swell, but too often its work was dashed out of the backs of envelopes while a taxi was delivering him to the studio. Some of Rapalso's lyrics had a hollow ring, which were rarely case with Moss's. There were money to be made in songwriting, and Moss wasn't the only. Next page. Contributor to the show, who caught cash in such opportunities. Among the others were scriptwriters Johnny Guest and Norman Stiles. And multitasking Chris Scherf, still more than anyone, with the obvious exception of Jim Henson. Rapalso got rich from Sesame Street, but like Henson, he always seemed to be finding a way to rub it in. One day he, after receiving notification by mail of song royalties totaling $5,000, Rapalso marched around the Children's Social Workshop offices, waving the check for all to see. A scene that made Epson bury his face in his hands. Rapalso was a fortunate beneficiary in this early strategic decision regarding the music rights to Sesame Street's College, what pronounce it. Because Cooney said in her advertisers wanted to interest the top composer with lyrics was right for the show, because CTW was a non-profit entity just finding its way financially, and decided that while songwriters owned their work. Part of the Sesame Street No Kids songs done the television ever realized much as in the way of royalties, explained Children's Television Workshop Public Relations Vice President Bob Hatch. So the producers thought, heck, if it's a will made George and Mo, Jeff Moss, Joe, and Jeff and Joe, whatever you call it, well, the higher, let's let them have it. And they would do well. But the workshop got Live Inc. And a lot of knowledge from the airplay of songs like Robert Ducky. It helped sustain the level of public interest in the show. There's not exactly nothing. Rapalso's best regarded song for Sesame Street having air grass around it. I would pronounce it is I word, but anyway. As much we know is beginning with Joan Stone approached Rapalso with a request. "We had a song with a frog," he said, as he had many times with many songwriters and many songs. Stone and Rapalso walk Rapalso through the conversation go with the combination of many lyric suggestions. Only Stone and Rapalso were in the room where the culminative song for Kermit and was mapped out. But members were Stone, family, and others close to him have insisted that it was permitted of Rapalso to claim that he's alone with right being greedy. Okay? Now, LJPCBM's already been greedy for 13.5 years. That's just me. The sheet paper, the music, have always inductive, they have words of music by Joe Proposal, and thus there's royalties generated by the song had always belonged to him. John Stone's failure to call Proposal and claiming full credit on one of the worst material disagreements John and Beverly Stone ever had. I do not know there was that Being Green is the worst song. That's stupid, you know. Stupid idea, you know. Proposal's second wife, the New York television personality Pat Collins, said rewrote the melody in the furry running upstairs after dinner to came out for loft to our third floor loft, excuse me. I think he wrote the lyrics back in the week's TV guide. Then I'm not gonna sing it, but I'm just gonna say it this time. It's not easy to be green, having to spend each day with color of leaves. When I think it's gonna be nicer being red or yellow gold, something much more colorful like that. Okay. It's not easy to be green. It seems you have been so many overalls on nearly things. And people trying to pass you over, and because you not spending those flashing sparkles on the sword or stars in the sky. But green's the color of springs, and green can be cool and furry like. And green can be big like a ocean, and important like a mountain, or tall like a tree. When green is always there to be, it could make you wonder why. But why wonder, why wonder? I'm green, it could be do fine, it's beautiful, and I think it's what I like to be. I felt worried about Kermit's sadness, you know, being green. So that's just me. But anyway, Proposal quickly arranged the song from the Sesame Street House Band, and Jim Henson sang it in the wee hours of the recording session. Epson said that Henson, very first take was whatever you pronounce it, magnificent. But that is audio engineers error ruined the actual for the track. Jim didn't blink. Really. Epson said he just sang it and sang it until we have it take that come close to the original. But I'm just telling you, as someone who heard it, the first take was the keeper. Kermit's masterly performance, a song of socially inspired array of interpretations. Some heard it and as a compilation of racial difference. Some heard it as a plea of the lines of difference, and a little bit about the same. It was taking a civil rights song, but it wasn't that, said Cooney. It was meant to be about black people. Seriously? Makes no sense to me. It was meant to be about people who are different in more ways than just race. Yeah. You see, being blue doesn't make any sense. See, being green is all LJPCBM, you know, and then Kermit has been green ever since the Sesame Street has been started, so there you go. Pat Collins, who would have known better than anyone, said the song that was similar enough about being comfortable in your own skin, being comfortable with who you are. There was a lot of thumb sucking involved. Wow. Joe just went off and wrote it. But over time, it was a case with many good songs and poems. People identify with it on different levels. Ray Charles once told Joe he would have wished he could have written Being Green became outspoken in his experience. Charles made being green part of his importance. Wow. Okay. While Collins is dismissed, no acknowledgement of the song was biographical. An agent was to explain to was felt like it's a poor kid of modest means from Fall River, Massachusetts. She said the number of his Sesame Street songs, sing along, simple, somebody come and play, came straight to Rapunzel's childhood experience. Next page. Anyway, it goes like this, okay? I'm not going to sing it, but that's just me. Again, okay. Somebody come and play. Somebody come and play today. Somebody come and smiles and sing your songs. It won't take long. Excuse me. Somebody come and play today. Somebody come with me and see the pleasure in the wind. Somebody come before it gets too late and to begin. Okay. Somebody come and play. Somebody come and play today. Somebody come and be my friend. Somebody and watch the sun till it rains again. Somebody come and play today. Yeah, that was the lyrics of the song where it came to my mind. I didn't know the song about the one time I sang that song when the dogs flew away. That's where I sang that song. Yeah, that's just me. But anyway. Yeah, anyway. Joe was the only child and was never had enough playmates. Colin said, for the first 6 years in school, nearly all of his classmates were orphans. His parents sent him to the neighborhood cooperative school, which was right across the street from his house. The father was a good school, but it was a primary church school for kids without parents. They could come over and play after school because they have all go back to the orphanage at the end of the day. His parents were only too happy about that because it meant Joe would spend more time studying piano in the afternoon. His mother, the former Mary Bergerine, nailed shut the window in the practice room so that he would open the window and go out and try to play baseball. While the other neighborhood kids, she and her husband, Joseph Di Raposo, saw a child was gifted and they were correct. They were correct. So I see somebody come and play, not a song in regard self-pity, said Collins, but a song is about only child looking to toss the ball around before the sun goes down. It's about begging for pals to hang out with, kind of saying, if this day goes by, maybe we won't have another quite like it. One Saturday, out of the blue, Jim Henson called Joan Cooney at home, clearly against the insulting, almost broken-hearted. Henson said, "You have ruined my life," and I felt worried for Henson at this point. This was strange, coming from a man who enjoying Hero Force record levels of personal philosophy, professional achievement, spiritual fulfillment. We have had disagreements, Cooney said, but the tone in Henson's voice was one she had not heard before. Oh wow! It seemed a mixture of inspiration, disillusionment, and fear. And I felt worried for Cooney and Jim Henson at this point. Anyway, Jim Henson then asked a question for those who there were no answer. Why did you have to be so not successful? And I agree with Henson. I felt worried for Cooney. The remark wasn't meant to be ironic, fiery. It was being sincere the question hung in the air a moment before he completed the thought. I'm now living my worst nightmare. As far as the days of Salmon back in his days in Salmon Friends, as Henson established the Muppet brand, he understood his strategic and artistic puppetry was primarily meant for adults. While he did nothing to discourage children from watching, they did so in droves. Henson's subsequent television commercials and appearances on the mass audience shows such as Today Show and Tonight Show were written and performed with a sublimation and with that went often went right over the heads of children. And I agree with Henson; they're not made for children, and I don't agree with what Remix said about children. So that's just me. Just the subtext of Bird Tail Storm's Cuckoo Friend and all he did in the 50s. And I agree with Bill Tailstorm and all he said. Anyway, puppetry was a mean of the end for Henson. His goal was to be on a television, and then later to acquire the movies. Prior to Sesame Street, Henson's business was evolving just as he had imaginative as Mike Ralph that was trained quips with Jimmy Dean on the Entertainment's primetime show on ABC. And then if you're watching his dad, this is for you. And Henson's more Krabs Muppets were further featured on the Ed Sullivan Show. But Henson would find a galling every time Sullivan would be led into the appearance by saying, "And now for the kids out there, Jim Henson's Muppets." He was grateful for the exposure, but the categorization defeated his marketing strategy. But in his mind, he was not, and never would be, a children's entertainer. Thought he was embraced the idea of being a family entertainer. That was an important distinction. One that Sullivan and others could not appreciate was when Henson wanted to recreate for television with the Muppets was the experience from his childhood listening with his parents and brother to Edgar Birkin and Charlie McCarthy on the radio. Which he inspired to do, which I agree with. Henson's advantage in the sense that there was a lot of others. Vision was a result of his European walkabout. It was just there he did his own de facto graduate work in the art and command of puppetry, visiting countries where the art was taken far from more seriously. Than in the United States. He returned home to become America's commemorative puppeteer, a scientist who reinvented Andrew's art form for the television age. He would be Bird Storm and then some, discarding the mock personation on stage in the puppet theater, and for a more direct presentation from the home. He would then, to the best of the ability, into daytime television, seeking after dark opportunities wherever or however possible. Next page. But then came the entrance with Joan Cooney to join in the noble cause of educational television. Its appeal wasn't indecisible, to incompatible. Denying the less unfortunate. Henson, Sir Bourbon, what you pronounce it, Khmer, in hippies, clothing, poor, bountiful, energy into Sesame Street for his first few years, before backing away slightly to allow his company to manage the day-to-day dealings with production of the show. By 1972, after the initial shower of escalades, there were times with his involvement with the shows began to feel like a trap. Having worked so persistently, we pronounce it, to establish a border intensively. Here he was being hailed as America's most amusing babysitter. It felt hopeless at times to be reduced to that, and hence has begun to reset Sesame Street at the same time. He was grateful to it. By 1972, revenues was just began to flow in from the Sesame Street's licensed products, creating the result of reverses. That cash enabled Henson's associates to grow from a boutique operations into the bona fide enterprise. Wow. Still, there was days when Henson felt he had sold his soul, and I felt worried. And it was on one of the despondent days that he had picked out from the phone and to call his client and colleague. Coney can be a cool customer in the best scene, and she became especially adept as handling uprising among the temporal, we pronounce it, men under the era of Poi in the early 70s. They all smuggled their egos for the first year and a half before Sesame Street debuted, and then all hell broke loose. She said, Joan had emerged black magic and force of personality, said David Brett. Her chief license to it, we pronounce it, in the executive ranks proved in the mid-90s. She got these very strong characters to not only come to work for, but to come to work together, and most of them didn't necessarily get along that very well. Henson was at least her problems, and I agree with that. But one of the day he called with was what she described as a quality collier. He jumped right in the top of her priorities. It was only after Cooney had allowed him to vent that she responded. It was lately extinguished phone conversation, and I picked up a certain restlessness in his words. Together we worked through whatever the problem was, the problem the call, and I have no memory of that what that was. Other than Jim, I was feeling trapped with the preschool television, and I recognized he was someone who persists in the entrapment and what to fly away in cage. I said to him, "You're going to be breaking out of this. It's something that's going to happen that would provide new opportunities for you. You need to have the patience and belief to see what I'm saying is true. What it could not have known on that weekend was that just streets away in the darkened Henson workshop, amid the bales of Fwabic pull-out drawers of eyes and noses, with scribbles and doodles and demonic daydreams about the prime day variety show starring the Muppets. Henson had long hopes he might interest in the networks with such an idea. Showing away with ideas what would one day become the world's most successful syndicated television series, the comedy course is called The Muppet Show. After turning their backs on it, America's pre-commercial TV networks watched it all in the Henson's half-hour show, informed by English music hall comedy and vaudeville, circled the globe. Henson's, despite over being viewed as a children's performer, would never experienced despicable, but Joan Cooney's resolidation of the down day was just what he needed, and he relaxed it. I said to Jim, whatever happens, we are stay together for the sake of the children. Could you recall? And we did. Tim and Joan Cooney did not have children, but during the first coming years in their marriage, they acted as a de facto foster parents of the inner city black child. In 1970, Tim was working for Flat Back, a civil rights organization that helped blacks in finding work in New York's multi-million-dollar concentration industry. The group's storefront headquarters was situated in the typical block in Harlem. A mix of apartments, houses, churches, hair salons, corner bars, and the kind of neighborhood shop that features Kenny Conger stacks and daily newspapers and, in some cases, backroom to bet on the numbers. Next door to Flight Back was such an important room operated by enterprising black woman. Wow. Often where Tim stopped by for a paper, you would see the woman's adorable 6-year-old grandchild, Quashie Raymond Gilbert. To everyone but his grandmother, he was known as Raymond. She monitored his welfare as best as she could. As a regular star was acceptable and provide much celebrity to Raymond and her siblings. Over time, Tim befriended Raymond. He was so smart, Cooney said. Tim thought there was something acceptable about him, and they took a shine to each other. The Cooney apartment became a happy affair to a little boy from a troubled circumstance. When it came to delight, Raymond was often a challenge. Trouble seemed to follow him. The Cooney started taking him on trips in their weekend home in West Haven Beach. Everybody was welcome on this cute little next page kid, but he began to steal the neighbors' pocket money, and if what was left around, Cooney said, when he was around about 8 years old, I'm half kid, kindly about him. Exactly when your life was a crime start. He thought for a second and went, I guess it was when I was 4 and stole from a grocery store. The way he said it was without feeling, and he was describing a way to the best system. Okay. Raymond cried easily that we got caught, or used to scold him. But otherwise, I found him completely affectless. Cooney said, I found this percentless side of Raymond. The Cooneys helped Raymond would become more responsible and enabling. It was typical of Tim and me in the line of other liberals in the 1970s. That was why we might make a difference. That was a miracle might occur, and that was worth taking such a long shot of that particular kid. The Toonies arranged to have Raymond enrolled in St. Christopher's Jeannie Clarkson along Regard regional program for troubled children. Located in suburban Westchester County. Okay. Luckily, I knew private graduates for the school. He got him in. Okay. It was a huge break because we could afford a private institution. It was absolutely free and wonderful. It was a heartbreak situation, but it was also in the bird school. After a year of Raymond's mother came back in the picture. He was there in the school for at least a year and doing better for this mother. Decided she wanted all her and the children to be with her. She was living in Las Vegas and having a child with her a year to a different man. Raymond withdrew from school and moved to Nevada. Wow. That was the beginning of the end of the possibilities for him, Cooney said. Tim always built defeat into whatever he was doing, and it was so typical of him that he would withdraw a child that like Raymond. Someone you invent all the time and then go nowhere. Tim would have found a promising child in Harmon. No one really might have helped. It would always be someone that you weren't going to win with. In the late 70s, Raymond returned to New York, to no less than a stranger to difficulties than when he left. Tim warned Judy Jones against seeing him, fearing that she might be at risk. It was fine with me because by the time Raymond was 17 or 18, he had already been in prison. Wow. Cooney said, Tim said that with kids like Raymond, prison was an institution. You went to prison in the debate time, and I maybe agree with Joan. But anyway, Raymond dealt in showing gold and become a legitimate best way to pronounce it. Doing time in the Rikers Island and upstate personality during his first prison stint. He organized a college degree, but he could not stay out of trouble. Cooney said from the time he went to his child, but he was surrounded by pre-crime and deforestation. Out of prison back facing goods, Country Raymond Gilbert was shot dead on New York Street while shy on his 30th birthday. It was sad. Just sad. Man. In years leading up the launch of Sesame Street and the anxiety of Joan Cooney, Tim Cooney had bolstered his wife's confidence and made things happen for her with his connections and conveying charm. But as Joan enveloped into a connection, celebrated figure, almost a free name brand like Mary Tyler Moore, Tim began to withdraw into alcoholism. Wow, depression and rage. I felt worried for Joe at this point. Anyway, on the one hand, he was immediately proud of Sesame Street and was thrilled that it was assisting poor children. On the other, it made him very feel important. Joan Cooney said is techno toward self-destruction was made much worse by my success. Although he loved what I was doing, it would help me by reading over and press many different speeches that would give. He wanted success for me, but because he became less and less visible in his mind. But Tim was never going to be permit himself to succeed. No matter what happened to me, I don't know what's going to happen. When it happened, I have not succeed, except we would be living hand to mouth, and I felt worried for Joan. And his wife insisted. Tim saw a specialist in alcoholism and went on consideration for treatment of his disease. The drug adherence was the normal demonic process with the body. When a person consumes alcohol, it maturates it into alcohol, way you pronounce it. I felt worried. The toxic substance that caused hangover outside, which is harmless, which is sad. Yeah, I felt ashamed. And so it stops the oxygen and oxidation of anxiety by what normally occurs. The person drinks. The result of barrage of stimulation that could range of copious vomiting and falling headache to culminate heart failure. Amazingly, Tim found a way around it. Abstinence controlled Tim's upholds drinking for 8 or 9 months. But then he was certainly planted a drunk. Wow. He knew he could no longer stop in the bar on pulls. And he knew he had to wait 3 or 4 days for the drug pass out. And his system, it was almost a circle a day on the calendar would cave. It was unbelievably hopeless, Cooley said. He just couldn't give it up. He tragedy he would have no desire to be sober and would never hit bottom. Alcohol was destroyed that part his brain that might have saved him, and I'm very sorry for Joel at this point. When the Cooley separated in 1975, Joan recognized that Tim had, no visible means of support, and trusted her lawyers to draw up an agreement that would provide food, shelter, and transportation for a man who had held paid poor position in years. I don't know what happened. Had I not supported him, Cooley said, I guess he would end up in the homeless shelter. I did what I want to do. All I wanted is a peaceful end to marriage. And I knew what was possible if I did sign a document saying I'd support him for the rest of his life. And in fact, that document provided a weekend house for him, a signed car in the garage over to him. I was borrowing $5,000 a month on the bank loan to live. Every night I was doing the errand to offer Merrick of how I can get through to the next month. But I was happy to get him whatever he wanted. He was kicked out in his apartment house at one point, and just quickly paid the landlord for the damage he claimed had been done. And I felt worried for Joe at this point. I found a broker, got a new apartment, I moved him fast. Implemented him fast. I didn't want to the public, to be public. I didn't want it to be papers that he'd been picked up in the streets as a homeless person, as it would have been newsworthy because he was a former city figure and my husband. Cooley hoped for the respite. Yeah, it was sad. Yeah, Cooley hoped for the respite of the demands of the personal life, but the long for peace never came. In August '85, 9 months after separating for Tim, she sported a tiny pulsing bid on the left side of her chest, above the breeze. Wow, the hump was up my muscle, just a twitching little thing that was less than a cosmet, but I could see the miracle mirror. Wow, I could be in the slip and see it. At the time, I was seeing a doctor every 6 months because my mother had breast cancer at 57, and I have my own history of bedroom murmurs, for which I have several bubtics that requires hospital stays. I found surgery and I love. When I came up with this lump, I lightly said, "You said it was bedroom, would you?" And he said, "No, I would stay without that at all." I couldn't believe that tiny thing could possibly be cancer or dangerous. It was determined to be both. The doctor said chemo and radiation was too dangerous, and that, being 45, I was too young to consider it. He said I was easily get the makeup by the time I was 60 or 65, with a lot of people did. Susan Sunstone, Tag, what I pronounce it, and I were talking back, and then because we were both being operated about the same time. Wow. Her cancer was so widespread, she decided to go to Paris and see a doctor who was a blaspheming woman with chest Mossbury. My doctor said he's going to kill her, but the doctor saved her, and she lived till she was 71, 72, and it was sad. I have radical masculinity, and the ghastly operation with a very small cancer, Cooey said, without trace of bitterness and self-pity. Nowadays, it would be on pressure, it would be on resignation, it would be over. Oh, sad thing. Anyway, her estranged husband take the news hard. Tim was absolutely there for me. Cooney said he came every morning and bought me the papers and asked me what needed to be done. Going back to the apartment and feed the cats and dogs. Cats and dogs, excuse me. It was the most decent and level to happen. Even what though he was quite jarred by my cancer. Well, he needed me very badly in every way. It was sobered, and as we were, but I thought may not live. I don't think he was thinking, "Oh my God, I might lose my means of support." It was more of I was suddenly a knee figure. When I came home after about 10 days, my sister came to say, "Stay with me," Cooney said. Tim was disappointed. During the conversation, Jim Henson arrived one day with a foul Cookie Monster cookie jar. What he said was so typical. Cooney said, "I have asked him many times during the first 5 years of his show. What if I have asked him many times during the first 5 years of the show? What if something happens to you? What if it's your company? What happens to us at Children's Television Shop?" And now here he was at my apartment looking at me. You asked me what will happen, and then you're going to do this. Henson said with a slight smile. "What happened?" "Nothing," Cooley said. "Gonna be fine." I just remembered that stark looking that he had. Cooley said it was kind of like you have the nerve to ask me and then pull this stunt. I had Bob Hatch pull out the memo to the staff that had been operated on and returned to work quickly. I was supported to stay out for several weeks, but I've started to coming back for half days very early on. Maybe after 10 days, I have one interest showing that if I was sick and that Children's Television Workshop was going to miss a beat. And I'm probably sad about this. Excuse me. And I needed to feel normal again. But in the saddle, back in the saddle, excuse me, there was a lot of depression. Work saved me. Cooley's mother Sylvia had lived to see nearly 80. She had a faint spell 2 years before her death that cut off oxygen to the brain. Cooley said, I believe she died as a result of radiation she had had for her second magnectomy. Okay, that was just sad. My doctor said, trust me, you're going to be fine, but I had many scares afterward. Many operations, but after each one turned out, he said, I'm telling you, you can't have a resource. We can't ignore what's happening. It's almost impossible for you to have a recurrence to breast cancer. I never thought of live death, but I thought it was my body having been assaulted. Nothing to Tom Kennedy's experience at CBS and the public broadcasting library had quite prepared him for dealing with federal. Next page. Wow. Government Children's Television Workshop, Vice President's for ferrets and administration being pelted with demands while being bounded in red tape was on the burglar brand of torture. The government sent our detectives about everything, including one about hiring criminals, ordering that we would have to hire people with records. Wow. I was getting up into here. It was reached a breaking point. I went down to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting meeting in Washington one afternoon. There must have been 20 people from the Office of Education and Public Television. They wanted to know why we weren't hiring the mandatory handicap. The boy was boiling up inside me, and I said, the trust is having been trying to hire the mandatory handicap. I've been searching and searching, and I haven't been able to find them. Now I suddenly realized why I can't find them. They're all working for government or the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Things only got worse. In 1974, Children's Television Workshop was informed if it was going to be the subject of a federal audit. The head auditor from Washington sits down and has two thick books under his arm. Kennedy said they would contain press clippings all about the organizations he had shot down. This hospital and the hospital, that hospital, wow. I just want you to know we are competent, he said. I said, have you people, he said, I said, have you people done anything in auditioning television? Wow. Oh yes, we've done this before, he said. I said, did you assign people to filming with television? Because it is different. We spend money different than a research project does. And this is a non-research project, even though it says in your book. So that is, can you assign people to who has had experience on television? Absolutely, he said. So I introduced the guys to what we're going to do it. I said, which project have you handled? One of them, it was a $15,000 audit of the audiovisual project of Harvard. The other has done something similar. Maybe it was $20,000, and they were going to the workshop as experts. I just blew up. Excuse me. I knew it was going to be a disaster. They sent a bunch of new cop poops who could new comp props, excuse me, who couldn't be talked to or couldn't be reasoned with. They have no idea what television is about. They never heard of anybody spend $15 for lunch. They spent $1.50. They asked, how come John Cooney makes more money to congressmen make? They spent about a year trying to find things wrong. They leaked anything to the press because that was the game plan that I always had. They didn't care if they destroyed the workshop. You just have to help their arrows didn't get you in the back. It was exhausting waste of the time and energy. The fact of the matter, they never collected 50 cents because none of the ever in substance. There were a possible lot. I was going to take them on the what was about left the workshop. What was that? Okay. Excuse me one moment. Did I record it? Okay, I see what's going. Okay, there we go. There were a possible lot. I was going to take them on what was left the workshop, but I was further of it with my own problems. My wife was dying. Wow, there was something should have been done about the way about this dollars funded it. Wait, now he said they're not foundationing in the best interest of the country. For Cooney, totals were with Washington become a part of the landscape. Some were more trying than others, if not as time consuming. In 1978, Congressman Lawrence H. Fountain of North Carolina had an aide work with him who hated public broadcasting. I don't know why, but anyway. And he fed a story to Jack Anderson, the investment reporter and economist, that we have misappropriated money, which is a very difficult with misapplied funds. Misapplied means you have to be straightened badly out, but it was not a crime. Misappropriated, maybe we pronounce it, is a crime. Bob Hatch and I went down to the Congressman Foundation when we were all lit up cigarettes, and we walked up, and then because he was from the tobacco state. 4 days back in a little bit, and that guy was a real enemy. That we heard the National Enquirer. Had a report on it. Who were talking to everyone. I knew exactly what was going to be a big story in the supermarket. They would say, if Big Bird's a thief, you have to read through the whole story to find out no, he's not. And I agree with that. Cooney understandably was very worried, and perhaps fortunately. She wore his anxiety on her sleeve. It was right around the time I started going out to Rose Peterson. In fact, it was our first date. If he asked me how things were going in the workshop. We're having a scary situation with the National Enquirer, Cooney told him. Pearson seems absurd. I'll kill that story. Cooley said, you do what? Pearson smoothly said, just understand, it's over. Well, just how you do that? Cooley said. Cooley asked. Pearson explained that he attended MIT with Garrison Gene Pope Jr., the owner of Inquirer. We're all very close, old friends, and I am trustee of his estate, and I call and tell him to kill this story. Pearson's security called Pope's security, asking the Children's Social Workshop be added to a list of untouchable topics to the Inquirer, which included the CIA, Mascot, and the Pete Pearson. Cooley called with a smile. A day or two later, Cooley walked into the Children's Social Workshop office and said to Bob Hatch, it's dead. What's dead? He said. He asked. The story is dead. Cooley said it was a business like a way she could muster. It was what she recalled a great moment. Hatch was almost having a nervous breakdown over what had been happening because Fountain had red flag or funding requests and time was playing out. A Children's Social Workshop lawyer was ties with ties to Joseph Scalvino, pulled off a mentor miracle on the day the funding personnel was being concerned. With time slipping away, Scalvino agreed to freeze the clock at midnight. Wow. Allowing aides to work through the night to craft an acceptable compromise. What they said after the dust settled was, okay, we'll give you the grant, but you will have to undergo an adult audit, Cooley recalled. Norman Calloway and his piano comments, Alan Macon were enrolled to a weekend booking, passing the time on board the Gerard playing chess. I'm upon the King 4, Calloway said, slitting his piece along with the service of the Travel Feds board. You know I'm already burned being you. Making a decent player half smiled. Okay, man, he said. Bring it on. Calloway's response was instant. No. You don't understand. I see every move ahead of me, he said. I'm going to beat you. Mako thought it was beyond boastful that everyone would make such a pronouncement. Everybody is after only one move. You're gonna make moves after and want to beat me. Megan said, I may have the good answers for these moves. But Calloway growing in granite would not be heat any of it. Wow. Hear any of it. Wow, excuse me. I have already beaten you. He turned his body toward the climbing window and studied the sky. Wow. The first signs of that Cooney was becoming aggressively discovery and hustle came in the moments of like this when a cheerful mood would darken over the person conscious of some sort. He would need to be the right about some just a little insightful fact. Megan said, if you disagree with him, it would become a violent argument. Yeah, I felt worried for Calloway. I suppose an Angelus would realize he wasn't joking and would back off. His colleagues never felt terribly in danger, but began to suspect that he was unbalanced. Once while riding around with Megham, and a drummer and bass player, who eventually joined them on the roads were children's shows. The subset returned to Mozart and the composite parodies. Yeah, Mozart's so lame. But anyway, who's the most forward-thinking composer? We were merely talking to pass the time, Megan said. But then Norman started screaming and cursing, becoming completely unglued, because his opinion was not shared by everyone else in the car. The others were trying to laugh it off, and it was some sort of joke and was gone over their top. Wow. In a sense, it was not a joke, and on top of that topic was needed to change. Megan recalled that Norman would bounce back and extremely fast because he was operating efficiently, was frankly another efficiently. In those days, Alan Macklin was just beginning to make his way as a songwriter. Filling assignments that came his way from Sesame Street. It was perfect money, but it was still had some percentage to it. Malkin said it was on the air, and I was getting some royalties. Both Malkin and Callaway were managed by Scott Cat, way to pronounce it. Whose idea was to pair the two for an open-ended series of weekend appearances. Norman needed something to play for him and with him, Megan said. It was an extremely portable thing. Norman sang and I played the piano. We're broken by this little company called Namco, owned by Fran Barry Weisler. And they were just trying to break into the Broadway musicals back then. Norman and I would show up at the airport, fly somewhere, and put on our show. Wow. Norman had been married briefly to a beautiful showgirl, but it did not last. Oh, wow. Just wow. Okay, moving on. But he came out in the quite as ladies' man. He had these women who came to shows, and these attractives often in South Northwestern, Northern being Northern would be the charming these white women. Sometimes it was his beard playing with the role of the respectful sailor walking down the street with the woman, but she of course would be going to the hotel to be with Norman. Norman's behavior over time began to pretty cool in sense, and then somewhat restrictive. And at the time, I came to understand there was manic depressive, or what would be popular disease. But Bognev, to me, he was also snoring a lot of coke. It was sad. It was all reached a peak when we were met by a young woman in Nashville. There was been a big power outage with no power in the city. So we went off to sit in the coffee shop where Norman had this breakdown, crying about how much emotional, mental turmoil he was in. He was having terrible nightmares and wasn't sleeping. We did the show, and as with Norman on his pattern, he got involved with that woman. It was strange in a sense. It was almost the kind of thing where I felt I should protect her. He had become very aggressive with his explorations, almost out of control. Megan and Callaway's relationship rumbled in the years of that fall, I've stopped working with him, and my career have taken off. Next page. Okay. Megan said, started, during my first musical, God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater, and then Mr. Little Shop of Horrors. Norman watched all this, and was feeling competitive with me. He considered himself a songwriter, was a, talented man. And he felt that, because I was white and he was black and white is why I had to see. And that Scott was favoring, me as a client. And he, in a tense, and a pleasant deal with Norman. And then he sued Scott for money. And he felt deserved what that Scott was not giving him for him. It was a horrible thing for Scott to go through. It was completely exonerated. Scott Scarlett was not most scrupulous, lousy, honest manager, well, I ever known. He was embarrassingly honest. I mean, he literally took me away from his own business managers, and it sent me to the business managers I'm with now, who are all blessed in business, supposedly to make sure that was not even in the hand question of interest. Along with the late Howard Ashman, Megan was on to write the soundtracks of the three modern-day Disney animated classics: Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, and Whoopie-Doo Aladdin. Conway went out to the fall to the edge. Now, that wraps up in chapter 16. What do I think about it? Well, some tragic things happened to the Tim, and other things too. Tragic ways happened to Narvin, who now passed away in 1990. Pretty sad stuff in 1990 that happened in Sesame Street and other things, but it's going to happen to Queen, which is going to happen the next year. Which I'll get to that some other time. But anyways, guys, that wraps up book reviews, episode number 17. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one. It's going to be chapter 17 in the book, episode 18. Till next time, so Jerry's goodbye, peace out, baby. Get more business, guys, very soon. Till then, Jump Saint out. See ya. Okay, we're cleared. Right now, I just got done taping this. Chapter 16 taping. Book reviews. No, book reviews. Episode, no, 17 tape. There. No, I don't want to replace it. I'm just gonna. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, this is 17. Yeah, I'm gonna move that in the trash. Two instead of saving it, but that's just me. Let's go ahead and delete this, that way more easier. And, I mean, I just got done with that, and then that way more easier than that, but anyway. Oh, I see. You're just trying to fool me. Put it back, okay. It's an outtake video. Okay. Outtake, take one. 14 minutes left. Okay, we're about almost done with book reviews. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to make an entire delicious hot pockets while I'm in the middle of taping book review food, making an LJPCBM Reacts episode. So stand by. We are in the middle of uploading my video. So there you go. It's gonna take hours to finish uploading this the complete second season of Fridays Blue Jays 285. Once it's finished uploading in time, then all you have to do is complete that episode and bam, you get your upload. But anyway, see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. Got it. Excuse me. Okay. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM Reacts, episode number 537, and today we're reacting to some Day 3000 content. For today, August 13th, 2020. This will be for March 2020, and it'll be starting reacting to his content beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's start with showcasing my bot commands for live streams, okay? Start it. I'm going to turn my TV up so we can all hear this.
Hello everybody, I'm Derry here. Welcome back to my inner archive. Here today, I think if I showcase you my recent upgrade to my Twitch channel, and also coming my YouTube channel and Mixer channel in the near future, if hopefully.
Well, yeah.
So, actually, speaking of inner archive, I'll show you an example. So, recently, ever since last year, I was trying to, not technically, what I was trying to do is, how to add the bot commands to my, Twitch channel, because, if, people want to know how to get into my social media links easier and all that, they just hit exclamation point if they whatever they need to type in. So
yeah, that's cool enough.
I'll show you right here.
Right here on Toon Disney. Oh my god.
Thanks to Eagle Garrett for helping me out. So alright. So this is what I use. I use Stream Elements for this, and
wow.
Might be wondering, well, how come not Nightbot? Well, for Nightbot, it's one of the most popular sites that people use, but unfortunately, it does not work for me. I don't know why, but even though I add it as a mod, I don't know why it doesn't work. But Stream Elements does work for me, so I'll show you. Okay, so, first up, I'd like to show here is schedule. If people want to know, what is my schedule for, my Twitch channel, they could just go to, exclamation, schedule. This is me, and it will say here, next screen, download this screen run, coming Sunday, March 22nd, 2020, at 4:00 time.
Okay.
That's probably not going to suck like 2 streams ever, because doesn't work that way. They can add me on Roblox by just doing exclamation point Roblox. Mixer, as I say, like more live streams for me. Follow me on Mixer, even though I do the live streams on YouTube, but not for gaming.
Yeah, bits and pieces.
This type of gaming. Come check out my Facebook page. That. Podcast. I did not put Games of Friends podcast, but I put listen to my podcast on your podcast app, which is the David Dawson's Funny Happiness podcast. Instagram, exclamation point Instagram. Follow me on Instagram for pictures, Insta stories, and more. Come in on YouTube, which is one of the most popular ones. Discord. Yeah, test over here. And, yeah, so, yeah, and, I'm going to show you proof that it actually works. I'm currently hosting a channel called ESA Marathon, even though Bitch on the streamer, but I'm gonna bother him with the notifications. So, so an example. Let's see what's on right now. This next one. What? I'll do command YouTube. Oh. And as you can see, subscribe to my YouTube channel for more content. And I added a test. This is a test to see if the bot is working, and it is. There's Facebook. And also Mixer. Now, I'm going to show you guys how I follow me on Mixer at 3500.
Which is no longer the case. Continue on.
I'm gonna add a new command. I'm gonna put Internet Archive. Okay, I'm just gonna go here.
It's cool enough.
I should probably put that in the panel section, but I'm not gonna worry about it.
It's cool enough. I use BB a lot.
I go here.
But that's just me.
There we go. Over here, excuse me. Check out behind the scenes and never before seen content here. Boom. Yeah, archive. Let's test that out, shall we? Internet. You guys, if you follow me on my Twitch channel, you can try this too.
Yeah.
Internet Archive. Wait a minute. Oh, it has to be, hold on, let me fix that. I'll have a space in between just because. Internet Archive.
Yeah, that's probably a difficult way. You may have to put in no spaces. There you go.
There we go. Oh, I guess it still says like that, but anyway. There it is. So, that's an example. Now, oh, wrong one. I will be doing some modifications to my Twitch channel bot commands, and that is basically me, adding some things where, like, every 5 minutes, it will say, go to this website for blah blah blah. And then the next 5 minutes will be another website, and then, like, basically every 5 minutes a website, one of my social media websites will show up. Or I could make it 3, but I'd rather 5 for the websites and maybe every 3 minutes for certain other things like schedule and all that.
Yeah.
But I'll look into it more there tonight, and also for my my Mixer, I'll do the same thing for that. And as for my YouTube channel, I'll definitely do it for that as well. Now for my Discord server, the only way you can get in is to command Discord. So, but that's because of that way, you know what. So, anyway, I Otherwise, we'll have to change it. The server link if we have problems. But anyway, yeah. I guess that is it for the video. I'll test it out with YouTube later on tonight to get everything situated. And to make it even more professional and kind of creative, sort of. So, and I hope you're all having a great Saturday night. What are they playing? I don't really know, but anyway, there you go. I want to thank everybody for watching, and I will see you all later. Bye-bye, everybody.
Pause. And that's this video. Next up we got, let me minimize this real quick, and we got the Danny playing the Family Feud theme song. Let's continue on.
That was trying to be the Family Feud theme.
What the crap? That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Yeah!
Family Feud theme and accordion and
Okay. Now my last one I'm gonna react to is the behind the scenes to David Thousand's very own back in March 16th, 2020. I'm gonna continue on doing that beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. A David Thousand in the archive special presentation. Wow. David Thousand's Day of Life. Enjoy the show. Okay, thank you.
Hello everybody, I am David Dawson here, and welcome to the next David Dawson's Day of Life episode here. It's March 16th, 2020. This is going to be a short episode, sort of. But today I have some gameplay videos to film and some reaction videos to film. First off, I will be possibly doing 2 episodes from March to October, and then a couple episodes of David Dawson Reacts. So, without further ado, let's begin.
Yeah.
Alright, so let me get my stuff. Order, my water, my controller, my thing. So yeah. Anyway. Get my gaming headphones up and running, but they still work with it. Because for some reason the cord is not working before.
Yeah. It should have been.
Try to go fast as I can here. Stand by.
Do 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 do. Oh, we're going to begin. Hang on.
Try to go fast as I can here. Stand by.
Do 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 do. Please, not with the affection, please.
There we go.
Oh, thank you. By competition to PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Is that his pants blowing out?
These don't work.
Anyway.
There we go.
he okay?
Accent. Hello everybody, David here, and welcome to the next 30,000 accent. Hi guys, I'm 30,000 here, and welcome to the next edition of March to October. That's right, this is the new gameplay series that we started a while ago that we haven't done one in a while because I've been sick with the cold, but I'm feeling better now, not having a runny nose much as often, and I'm ready to get started with March to October. And I would just get my phone just in case I forget any messages or notifications. So, yeah. Especially February. Jeez. Anyway. We're back. We're going to enter the game, top of the first. We have David Price pitching, who is on the Dodgers now, Mookie. And by the way, I might be wondering how come we're playing MLB Producer 19 instead of MLB Producer 20. That's because I haven't got the game yet. I'm not going to say it's me out. And plus I'm sick, and I don't feel like I'm outside right now. So anyway, that's because of MLB Producer 19. Alright.
Yeah.
We're here against Toronto.
Yeah, I'll get to that react video some other time.
Alright, bottom second. Ooh, foul. Did not mean to do that, but anyway. Done.
Yeah.
Jeez. They said 2-2, and I'm like, thanks to me, they scored 2 runs.
Wow.
Get out there, get out there. No. Well, I guess it's not all my fault then.
Oh well.
Deep right. Get out of his head, please. Yeah, home run. Oh well. Excuse me. Alright. April 15th, 2019, we're going to be in Baltimore. We're playing Baltimore, that is. On the 9th, jeez.
Yep. Still.
I hope there's not 2 outs. And my battery's running low, of course. I don't know how long I'm going to last with this battery. I should have tried this camera before.
Yeah. It's difficult, you know.
There's one out. Oof. Yeah, Patriots Day, not like last year in real life, I guess. Okay, ball. Get out. Get out. Off the wall. Come on. We win! We win!
Hooray!
Walk-off double! Alright. We sweep the series. I'm actually not ready. We lost the game before this, but we won the series. Haha. Alright, walk-off double. That's a good way to go to New York. Guys, remember last year the Red Sox ran 4-2 when they went to New York because it was no game before that.
Well,
Oh, except New York. New York didn't have a chance to play in it, unfortunately.
wow.
Alright, that's the Browns. At least we have a highlight in this episode before this, you know. We might play 2 more games. I don't know how long it's going here, but
I mean, what games are we gonna play?
they're Tampa Bay.
Wow.
Oh, there's Sender, who's still with the Boston Red Sox today, thank goodness.
Yeah, thank God.
Okay.
10.
Ah, rats.
Yeah, whatever the hell that means.
Minutes, okay? But technically 8. Get over stock drop. Excuse me. Ball da. Okay. Get over his head, please. Oh, we have Chris Sale. Okay. Lost the passport. No. That's how it goes. Double play. That's how I like it. Oof. Grab ball. Drop.
Crap.
Out. Come on. Okay. Patient. Get over his head. Aw.
Oh, oh God, help me.
Okay.
And then say,
Remember, this is not easy.
this is not, no.
Take it there, please. Really. I have to pitch these two innings. Okay, good job. Good job. Just need a double play right here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4. Oh. Down. Ho 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 ho. Even though it's only 94, still.
Still. It's not bad.
I don't feel comfortable with this person. Miss it? Ah. Oh. Thank goodness. How can that be a ball?
Yeah.
Those are sex anyway. The umpire. Excuse me. I don't like these games where players get mad at umpires. That's just goes on the other direction. And that's not so that offense.
What was that?
Oh my damn, come on.
I wasn't thinking straight, but oh well.
Get out here. Please. Yes. Alright, finish. Now it's 2 runs. 2 runs.
Mm.
Can it be back to back? No, I have to. That was interesting, done up and out, but no.
Mhm.
Or a little bit.
Still.
But it's weak. Okay, okay. Whoa. Way out there. Imagine I swing at that. Ah.
Wow.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Hooray.
Exactly what I wanted. All what he needs to do.
Mhm.
Steal this? No.
I don't know what I'm doing, but anyway.
Well, it took me there, huh?
Mhm.
Stop doing that. Really?
I'm too old for that thing.
Come on.
But for God's sakes.
Oh,
Stop.
that's a good at bat. Very good at bat. Always closed out this game. Still has Chris Hill, man.
Well, I'll just go in and have the
Oh yeah, it's a set so far. Perfect, bitch. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you said perfect bitch. But anyway.
Here they come.
For some reason, but anyway.
Oops.
One day, Tubby and this happened.
Up the middle of the base. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. That was my bad. That was my bad right there.
Why is he suddenly doing that to his cheeks? I don't get
That
it.
was completely my bad.
Like, ew.
We lost the shutout and that was my bad.
That was your mistake. But oh well, yeah.
Please don't hit a home run. Please don't hit a home run. Okay. Is that how you want to play it? Yeah, we win.
Her freaking way.
No, that was not a shutout, but that was my fault right there. But it doesn't matter. We win it. A complete game.
$25.
Alright.
Good.
Wow.
Oh.
Back at home in Detroit. Okay. Let's play our last game. Now, if this game is touched off with this battery, we can just continue back on the game, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Chris Hill again, what the heck?
Yeah, what the hell? Yup. Yep.
1, 2, 3. Ah, no, nothing. Okay.
What is he doing? What was that? Yeah.
Alright, that was quick.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. I'm surprised we haven't seen any rain. I'm admitting I have.
Mm-hmm.
Saw to center and caught that. Now, shall we save it for a walk off? I'm about to.
I heard some family members in the background going, ha 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 ha. I don't know what's going on.
I guess Steve Pierce is retiring. This year that is, and he gets it out. Playing all the regular division teams. Yes, he did against his old team.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. Did it again.
Hmm. 1 hour and 34 minutes. Hmm.
It just did it again.
Okay, hang on one moment. Let me see how long the gigabytes take. How many gigabytes I took with the video. Besides the uploads. 1 moment. Okay? Let me go ahead and delete this real fast and finish off where we left off. Yeah. 4. I'm moving stuff in the trash that way more easier to put my energy off of me, so that way I can feel like doing continuing on with LJPCBM for the first time. So I feel like I need to do that. So it'll be easier. But hell, I can do that for the first time. I can figure out what's going on. But yeah, I can still upload today's videos tomorrow, so I can focus on this. So there you go. But you know what? Let's just remove this in the trash and off of the trash. And let's continue on where we left off, shall we? So we got. Okay. Let's wait for this and we'll continue on. I know it's hard, but I already uploaded part 4 on YouTube. I know I talked about it behind the scenes about in 2020, but this is not happening on LJPCBM before. But that's something I really want to do before we get back to do LJPCBM again. That's just me. Never happened on the table before. That's just me. But I already uploaded part 5, that's what will take long, so I expected, but that's just me. Okay, let's continue on.
it down. Oh, my battery's running low, so yeah. Sorry guys, I still pressed this camera before we went on air. Not earlier this morning, but I couldn't decide which videos to do first. Just gonna put it right there. $96 per hour.
Wow. Should have known better.
Oof. Oh. I wish I knew how to jump, but ooh.
Well, that was even close.
Oh.
Wow. Chain going in the background. Wow. That was easy. That was easy to do. But anyway. Love the button.
Yeah. Now, with this coronavirus that's going on, are we going to be back? Is baseball going to be back? And on April 9th. I really hope so. I really hope so.
Yeah.
But I guess it'll be in June. Or just the second half, and that's it. I think this is going to be the second half, that's it. Oh, really?
75% out of the 100% from my upload.
So I think this is going to be the second half. And see you later. And my camera's dead. Wonderful.
Now my camera died, but the rest of the gameplay is still there on the episode itself. Let's go to the next scene with the reaction video and another March to October vid episode. Let's just go ahead and let's just go ahead and sign off for this episode. This is getting boring because I haven't got a chance to spoil the episode yet. I haven't got a chance to react to the video, but we'll see another March to October when we wrap things up. We'll see what happens. How about this game here? Yeah. I think that'll be it. You know, we're gonna end this early because for two reasons. One is that its gameplay battery is dying, and two, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm not skipping the whole thing. It's just, no offense, David. If you watch this episode right now of LJPCBM, this is regarding what happens right now and every day. But I love LJPCBM and I love David Fowler's react, but this is spoiler alerts. But that's just me. So that wasn't the entire video. What do I think about this whole entire behind the scenes video? It's amazing. I haven't watched the whole 2 hours of it, but that's just me. Because the portion of it was 30 minutes long, and you saw the rest of the whole 30 plus minutes of the video. And I'm not watching the entire thing because I think it was amazing. But I think the overall watch was over 2 hours long. But I'm not watching the entire thing per se. That's another story. But anyways, guys, that was LJPCBM episode number 537. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be LJPCBM episode 538, Day 3000's Day of Life. If it goes well for March 17th, 2020, I am not going to be spoiled for the kind of things. Till next time, this is Joseph. Goodbye. Peace out, baby. We get more videos, guys, very soon. Till then, Jump State out. See ya. Let's see here. Book reviews, episode number 18. Okay. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode number 18, and today we read you Street Gang episode chapter 17. So let's read it now and see what we got, shall we? See what we got. Okay, we're gonna be finished off with 18 after this is over tomorrow. I'm not sure when exactly, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Anyway, chapter 17. John Stone wasn't a man's man. He had a few cigar chomping belt sad instance. Wow. And while he wasn't entirely a ladies' man, if the ladies did find him attractive, worthy, and appealing, made succumb to his charms. Wow. If Burr and Ernie adored him, Big Burr and the man who inside him was less modern. Stone was in the times called and punished to kill Spinny. Wow. Who's referred to read over his lines on the morning of taping rather than commit them in memory overnight. Stone attributed this practice, wow, to laziness and professionalism. Spinning to a desire to approach material fresh. Spinning to my nature said native, and always eager to avoid confident, not like Big Bird himself, was often victimized by Stone. When Stone would strike, Spade would respond by walking into circles. Wanted and excuse me. Stone superiors, we pronounce it, with one noble expansion, found them at times to be a great unpleasant defendant using supervisor pay. He mostly felt the same way about them. He was kind of about carrying grudge, ridiculing those who dared challenge his authority, refusing to suffer fools gladly. Wow. They could be lovable, tender, brightful, funny, tireless, resourceful, imaginative, and instead of wilding out in the edges of an emotionally complex movie band, without whom there will be not have been Sesame Street as we know it. Stone's supervision of the show defined his professional life and defined his legacy. That Sesame Street formation during its dual scene boom blossomed in the period from his 10th anniversary in 1979 to its 20th in 1989 can be attributed to Stone's dedication to his content and to his modern spirit. Talent came with it and went to the 10-year span, but Stone had the epic number 2 Dolly singer. Wow. Provided with charismatic, the good taste, the adventuresome reach, and the great humor that not only kept the show alive but thrilling. Wow. As a parent, Stone knew when to say no. He always kept a number 2 pencil perch in his beard while at work in the studio. If a script met what was his disapproval, he would extrusive the pencil and then slash away in the pages, rewriting on the fly rather than allowing the substance tagline called the button to fall flat. Wow. Next page. As a parent, Stone always also knew when to say yes, allowing the puppeteers to personalize, and embellish compositionally when they knew they were on a roll. He created a studio environment when people were allowed to be their shells, and almost unlike Albusmere, that was welcomed by celebrity guests who came for one episode and then wished they could stay for another. That the Sesame Street set have tragically bad, completely informal is largely attributable to a man whose preferred style of dress included a fishing vest with pockets and vets everywhere. Wow. As a parent to his daughters, Polly and Kate, Stone was nothing like his own father. A kinshiply cold obstetrician, a medical family member of Yale who shipped his two sons off to the summer of the farm in New Hampshire. There was no denying Dr. Stone's brilliance. Either in the operating room or when he was to retreat his study to solve mathematical problems, or to play classical music on the piano was so lame. My grandfather was not a man who loved children, said Kate Lucas, John's youngest daughter. He was very much infallible, like quiet in the house. Though he was lovely, money was never spoken in the household, where appearances and proper manners mattered. John was musical and athletic as a child, but he was also dyslexic. He struggled automatically, and his father sent him to boarding school at 13, in the hopes that he would shape him up. And he once shared a crushing story from those prep school days with daughter Kate. My grandfather only went to one of the dad's football games, and only one day Dad rushed the kicker and blocked a punt with his chest. His soft stars got knocked over, but the first thing that entered his mind was that his father was there to see it. But what my grandfather has gone out of say and make his business call and miss it. The disappointment of that stayed with my dad into his entire life. Wow. Family lore that is John's father that was pleased with his son and was admitted to Williams College, Massachusetts, but displeased with his choice of major. Few undergraduates during Stone's 4 years at Williams declared music and concentration. One day, years later, when Stone was completion of his final years of graduation School of Yale Drama, his father was delivering twins across town in New Haven. At nurse's bundle is the first infant to emerge from the womb. Dr. Stone mentioned that colleagues and surgery that he was feeling pleasant. He stepped out into the hallway and fell dead from a massive coronary. My dad has a competent childhood, Kate said. He adored his mother. She adored him. But he clearly knew his father preferred his brother over him. A lot of times that pattern of rejection that could continue into the next generation. Wow. But my father was the complete opposite of his father in terms of that way. He loved his children. Polly and I were so lucky growing up to have a dad who was so wise. You can pick up the phone and tell him any problem in the world. He will listen and give you wonderful advice. Over and over he told us that was his world which kids need to hear. He told us what we could do, whatever we wanted to do in the world, and encouraged us to follow our dreams. Without the slightest time measurement, she said Sesame Street was his first door. The vegetable into the which he poured so much into of his instance. She speaks on her show with way a younger sister looks up at an older sibling. She believes that what her father often said about Sesame Street is true. That Kate and Polly have as much to do with the success of the show as anyone else. You know, Sesame Street's in-house, on-demand focus, and just by being kids, they contributed in, contributed influence ideas for skits and sketches. In one instance, a Triumph Holiday special for 1978, Christmas Eve on Sesame Street. Okay? The program was a two-note, tasteful at times, heart-tugging matchup of hours leading up to Christmas, a day without something spoiled by Oscars rather than rather sour person, something about Santa Claus. Wow. In the matter of racism, spiteful older children, tormented younger ones, touching new non-believers who pick up the faithful who don't deserve to have their fantastic Saturday. Also tons Big Bird. Wow. Excuse me. Oh, come on, really? Oh, that wasn't deserved as a tissue. No. Anyway. Rising Jobs of Santa to deliver present the buildings and may have rooftop vents but not chimneys. Stones and his co-writer Joe Bailey wrote script pages that provided a plausible diploma for an urban child acted out by words from Blessed Big Bird who goes missing on Christmas Eve. Like a preschool child who wanders off in the department store. Big Bird is obvious the worry he was causing the state by stationing himself at the rooftop of Gloria and Susan's brownstone. Excuse me. As the snowstorm grows intensely, Big Bird remains in a frigid pose on the lookout for Santa. Panic sets in the winter word hurts the street that Big Bird is gone. That's when Maria, behaving in a frantic adult, might pull Oscar on his trash can by the scruff of his little green neck. What transpires in this start screen respiring that sound sparkling lifelike. Excuse me. What are you doing, Maria? Get on scribbly yank. Oscar, yeah. Maria said, "Hope you're satisfied. You have to start all the stuff about Santa and tiny chimneys, and you're upset Big Bird so much he's gone." And yeah. Oscar said, "Well, I didn't know he'd do anything dumb like that. I was only teasing him." I felt worried for Maria. Next page. Maria said, okay, sorry about that. I gotta get a tissue myself. Okay, thank you. Anyway, Maria said, teasing him? Tell him that Santa isn't going to be bringing any presents by give because he can't get down with a tiny chimney. Now you call that teasing? Oscar said, well, he come on back, he'll part home in Pigeon. Besides, what's the big deal? He lived outside all the time anyway. It was sad. Maria said, slapping the fingers of the right hand on the palm of the left. Now look here, Oscar. The nest is something different. That's his home. He got an electric blanket there. He got heating pads. And he's around all the people he loves. But here it is, Christmas Eve, and he's out there somewhere in the big city. And it kept snowing, and it's getting colder, and he could be in serious trouble unless we find him. On the verge of tears. So what should we gonna do about it? And Officer Slim, regretfully and suddenly resolved, goes out in search of Big Bird. After getting this compressly from Maria, the one adult on Sesame Street who gives out the good that she gets. Before he trucks off, his feet stricken out at the bottom of the can. Arthur can't resist on one little tweak. Come on, hurry up, Skinny. He comes out to Maria. It's that moment, the script remains us to the grouch and the ornament around it needs cares for the most. Scripts allow for another powerful reserve moment after Big Bird decides he's had enough of waiting in the cold. He comes downstairs to warm up in a minute. At Gordon and Susan's place, Gordon has been trying to soothe Patty and a scared child who has been playing with Big Bird and reported him missing. She runs to Big Bird's side and enters the foyer, giggling with the goyish relief. That's when the question begins. Surgery's parents. Susan concerned. Big Bird, you alright? Big Bird said, I'm alright, except for my frozen giblets. Big Bird said, Angela said, Big Bird, what have you been? Big Bird said, well, I have to wait up the roof, see if I can see Santa Claus. If I fall asleep, brr. It's getting cold, so I decided to come down, warm up. So I'm going right back up. Gordon formally went with finger pointed. Oh no, you're not. You're just going to come here and that's dial out. That's what you're gonna do. Going all but pushes Big Bird into the apartment where a gift is delivered from Santa are laid out under the tree decorated with baubles and tinsels and candy canes. Not only did Samurai, he even left some for Sesame the Cookie Monster. Wow. The Christmas special features a second storyline, Ball Affection, an area from Ho Henry. Ernest trained his rubber ducky to give a cigar box from his old buddy Bert's paperclip collection, Bert. Turd trained him, trading his paper clips to Mr. Hooper from the part pink soap dish for Ernie's use as a bathtub perch for Ducky. Mr. Hooper recognized Scarlet Face and devoted friendship when he sees it. Returns the duck and the paperclip collection, wrapping it as a gift to his good customers, Bert and Ernie, who saying, "Have yourself a merry little Christmas." To watch that scene now, provided on home video, is to be reminded how remarkably gifted were Jim Henson and Frank Oz, two real life colleagues and friends, as playing puppetry odd couple. Wow. It is a tribute to the artistry that Ernie and Bert seem so emotionally symbolic, cinematic, to the viewer. Even though somewhere within the radical folds of the brain, we know they are but explanations and short sleeves, two arts and crabs projects, doilies to wiggle, as Stone used to say. Any success is looking for the reason the test is in her tear ducts would do well to expect Christmas Eve on Sesame Street into a video player and replay Art Bernard's reduction of the Christmas classic. It will remain the viewer that love and friendship have been forces in the universe that transcend time and space. Wow. Okay. The relationship that exists between Henson and Oz, brothers, creative collaborators, and interlocking souls, was downright inevitable, we pronounce it. They share something holy and fragile, eliminated by laughter and held tethered by trust. God bless them, but John Stone and Mark Bojo brought out their best. If there was one project to put in the time capsule and send out into space, to let the merchants know what Sesame Street was like, and would be that Christmas special. Said Sonia Marzano. Joe has a way of touching the exact pulse. The exact concerns of the child who was not afraid. Dolly Singer, who produced the special, said it was John's baby from the Humpy Game. If you want to see this soul, watch Christmas Eve on Sesame Street. Yeah, I maybe agree with that, and I agree with a special Sesame Street Christmas bedtime, but that's just me. Stone's now adult children see upset their children in Vermont and New York fighting the special. When my sister and I was little, we would write a little letter to Santa after dinner on Christmas Eve. Said school teacher Polly and editor designed by reflection. We would leave the letters with cookies and a glass of scotch by the fireplace. One year I asked him what his favorite poem was. My sister asked him how he got down the skinny little chimney, so the idea for big birds to born out in the special cane for Kate was teeny at the time. The next morning came Dad's response, or should I say Santa's. Next page. Response in the letter of for each of us. To me, he wrote, "Rosa red, violet blue, I've been choo, I got flu. Yeah. To Kate, his hero, I suck in my gut and I put my toes and woof, down I go, getting up in this dead matter. Wow. Paul Friedenberg was Children's Television Workshop's executive vice president in 1978, when Christmas Eve on Sesame Street was produced. One of his more baffling decisions, which includes selling off interest in cable television that would later be valuable in the hundreds of millions, to be signed a deal with that same year for a special Sesame Street Christmas, which I said in the beginning, in the video, part of the video, but anyway, with independent television producer Bob Banner, whose roots in the Barry television went back in the Gary Moore and Dinah Shore shows in the 1950s. I love these two producers. Yeah, thanks. Well, okay. Had a track record to record with Henson and the Muppets. From this day producing the primetime Jimmy Dean show, CBS bought the idea, even though they were one of the works for PBS. When the executive producer Singer questioned the wisdom of completing specials, Frism said if it would produce the two shows of competing specials. Feinberg said if we produce the two shows, maybe one will be making on the air. Said Singer. Can you imagine them eventually if a complete lack of understanding of the show? Yeah. Feinberg's low-budget network special featured a bizarre lineup of creepy B-list talent, including host Leslie Uggams, which is cool enough, and nearly exotic entertainers Ethel Marvin, which is amazing, and I'm in Coco. All three have been early guest stars in the Muppet Show before top name talent began flocking to the syndicated show after its first season. Add to the cereal mix to the Christmas special with guest appearance by Harry Fonda and the Breakout Boys spurring from the Jackson 5, Michael Jackson himself, which is great, but overall, nowadays, they don't listen to Michael Jackson anymore, which is so a shame, you know? I mean, he had a cameo in the video, per se, that's just me, of course, but even though it was great and all, but that's just me. It was painfully observed hour. It was sad. Built around the shaky story that line that cast Oscar Sesame Street's resident Scrooge. Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree. I don't agree with that at all. But that's just a good thing for me to see it in 2011. This is good. It was an hour trim to Trinity and about as far afield from the educational objects of Sesame Street as one could imagine. Wow. Should be noted here that honest appraisal of Jim Henson's network television work with the Muppets. Most account for the good number of unworthy, unfunny, unbecoming, unwatchable appearance of with a special Sesame Street Christmas was one. It was sad. I love it. I don't hate it per se. I would love it. I would recommend watching it. But anyway, on balance, a good far right waves was bad as much as what Henson brought the television approach greatness, but his taste was not appreciable. He made plenty of television that the Muppet Show, Balancey, critics, Starter would have booed off the stage, and quite rightfully, and I disagree on that. By November 1979, after Sesame Street's broadcasting for a full decade, some 9 million American children under the age of 6 were watching it every day. Wow. A study that had been reported the previous year indicated that 90% of children in low-income inner-city households regularly tune in. Overall, 4 in 5 households with children under 6 saw the show over the 6-week period. Writing the New York Times, Fred M. Edgeninger told Sesame Street's Adventures and cited Skyler's upon its 10th birthday. On its way to the top, Sesame Street was abandoned by the Soviet Union as a total of American culture imperialism by the British broadcasting corporations as an instrument of the American circumstance. What do you pronounce it? It was accused by American post-colonial critics of harmful side effects, ranging from shortening children's attention span from causing feathering fits. That Sesame Street continued to be discussed so seriously with emerging and leisure that after 10 years it was really mattered. And surviving 10 years of television, a medium that in which shows often don't last 10 weeks, was a savvy achievement. By 1979, the first viewers of Sesame Street have already reached popularity. Bert and Ernie, on the other hand, didn't age a bit, or change out of their white turtleneck or slip polo very often. They just continued to kneel and nag, talk to each other in bed, and feed their obligations. While the rest of America spent the next 10 years looking at war, perhaps in vain, Sesame Street would spend the 80s turning outward. Wow. Expanding the young viewers' world is the second decade on television. The real-life experience of writing staff, cast, and crew providing a foundation for its series. To look back in the period, it was to appreciate the profound effort that life cycle events have its own on the show, off stage and on. There was a birth and death, and love and loss, courtship and community, pleasure and pain, all from the little show where aims at first was simply to test television's ability to simulate the brain. Now it would also touch the heart, but not its original engagement. But as each year passed, Sesame Street would become a much emotional pathway for children, as an initial year one, and just in time for this. This was the period when the children of baby boomers were riding in the back of Krister. Revelations with Yellow Baby on board, Warren's slapping the windows, Big Bird plush toys were along with the ride, belted nationally, but by the decade's end, the family would need to make a room for a squeaky voice Muppet monster, which insult laugh would be making a mess mania of the driver group. The steering wheel. Wow. A bizarre report crackled across the police radio airwaves in Nashville in the early hours of Friday, September 19th, 1980. Dispatch was issuing, and next page. Alert test was an African American male and has been spotted riding in the Green Hills area in the city. Black, naked, expected for the t-shirt, and I felt worried for this guy. It was Northern Callaway, feeling from a full restaurant, but seemingly unaware of it, or trial probably damage he wrecked Gray Bar Ray. This is sad. Callaway had randomly ransacked several homes. One stop, he destroyed a family collection of fine crystal. And another, he broke a light bulb in his bare hand. And the third, he snatched a book bag belonging to the first grader. Along the way, he hurled the rock through the car window, shattering it and smashing it through headlights. It's College Thursday and against when police found him in the garage. He was yelling and screaming, Officer James D. Murphy. We could have talked to him. He said that he was in the CEI and called President Jimmy Carter. Police learned that was before the rampage. Callaway, who was going to be a businessman woman, a 27-year-old marketing director in the Villager Commanders and the Osprey Road. During an appearance in the Nashville Performing Arts Center the previous week, Callaway has become intimate and was married Sarah personally single and married white woman he met on the road had become a Harrisville and dating sport with Callaway. But this expected was tragedy different. Callaway snapped. Where was I? Police discovered the stageman has been battered about the skull and Tarshwell was an iron rod and Emory intensive care unit of Vertebrate University Hospital where he sent to treated with head injuries and broken ribs. She's remained hospitalized for 2 months. The National Banner report quoted police and stating what that the being was so served. The island road was destroyed. Callaway, we recall thinking of the night he was arrested, who said he had no memory of being Sageman. It was sad. He had managed to put fire egg finally in Nashville. Following the assault, but was allowed to return to New York under a doctor's supervision. Knowing Nashville Attorney Lionel Barrett took on Callaway's case. September 81, and the year after Callaway was charged with initial assault, he had to plead guilty by reason of insanity. The short industry casual Tom Sturver said that an agreement had been reached between the state and Barrett to bypass Greg jury indictment and turn to evidence over the criminal court. Wow. The deal allowed the court to retain jurisdiction over Callaway's productive treatment. If the jury found him not guilty by the insanity plea, doctors called him by the state and have already determined that Callaway was insane at the time of the attack of the rampage on personal property. During the vesting year, Callaway had received outpatient psychiatric care in New York, had returned to work on Sesame Street. Executive producer Dolly Singer believed that with the proper psychiatric treatment and the promise that Callaway would constantly take his daily dosage of Levism, the actor could rejoin the cast. Wow. For some reason, the incident in Tennessee was largely ignored by the mainstream press in New York. In the supermarket tabloids, I don't know why, but the story never gained any legs, said Children's Social Workshop executive David B. Britt. It wasn't so much as administrative crisis for Children's Social Workshop as it was a crisis for the show. Wow, it was sad. And understandable wariness showed Callaway upon his return to the set, especially among those who have direct detected Valerie long before the assault in Nashville. He always had an interesting gleam in his eye, said publicist Bob Hatch. The ability to rise I'm not gonna say the H word in the video per se, was not far beneath the surface. I never saw it in action, but I knew it was there. And he got away with it with as much as he did because he was so, not gonna say the D word, talented. Wow. To Thomas's early years of Sesame Street diminished in the 1980s when they took Northern zest away, and this became heavily suggested and put on a great deal of weight. Wow. Singer said they learned that he was doing cocaine. At the same time, he was talking his maintenance drugs. Ugh. At the time, Northern became totally unrelatable. He could remember his lines at all, and we had to do a dozen takes for every scene we was in. I've called his psychiatrist a number of times in appetite to tell him what was going on with his patient, but the doctor was totally dismissed it. The doctor felt it was protecting Northern, but I faked stupidity. Yeah, it was sad. Shortly after the appeal of the 56th annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade on November 25th, 1982, Will Lee became ill and admitted to Lenox Hill Hospital. The 74-year-old Lee, not wanting to miss the parade, had braved the cold to take the estimated perch in the float. Lee has been on a fine shape that production season. He had taped a good number of setbacks in November and had been regularly everyone with tales in the days and the neat this discharge to after the 1930s, staring at Colward flat that was right should have been commended. He liked to discuss his days in Yiddish fear with the Children's Television Workshop research director Dr. Louis Bernstein. Wow. A gentleman and a gentleman. Because Bernstein wore a Margot atop of the skull, Lee was well on his Yiddish researcher. Next page. Okay. What was that? Didn't have the heart to interrupt him or disclose that he was understood very little of the language. Lee had played a range of roles in his career, but he had never found the level of popular success that stage that he ever had on television. Studio playing Mr. Hooper. At times, he would be put off when he was fellow actors. Was it extraordinarily wonder beyond the script? His attitude and his respect for writers made it difficult for him to venture beyond, what was there on the page. To that said, to the end, he was on to run lines with his castmates, helping them exterminate the words that he was been so thoughtfully crafted from them and to interrupt, way to pronounce it. When cast and crew learned it was hospitalization, people drew their breath. How could they tape the episodes of Sesame Street about Mr. Hooper? The mystery of the neighbor, since his first somewhat instrumental appearance in the episode 1, Mr. Hooper had become many things, many young children. Wow. A service Papa, Pop, Gramps, and Granddaddy. Not to forget, Omnio, Disgardiga, this guy, you can't quite pronounce it. Grand Perry, Nanu, Pabanat, Paz, Yi, and Zayi, what we call it. But anyway, I don't speak Jewish. I'm so Jew. I cannot have. I'm a Christian man. I'm sorry if you watch Mr. Hooper or in heaven, but that's just me. Mr. Hooper's a guy that reply as far as the generation gap. His has-beens, glasses slipping down his nose. That's an established carries no name with all the small of no small fake fans. The corgi very star with his signature solar foundation was a projection of Mr. Hooper's personality onto the indoctrination social intonation. Even children knew you couldn't walk away from the local 7-Eleven with a newspaper under your arm and a Slurpee on your one hand, promising that the cashier, I'll be back with the paper tomorrow. But the credit was given with Mr. Hooper because not only did he know you, but he knew your mother. Will Lee played Mr. Hooper with such clarity and knowledgelessness, the way to pronounce it. He made adults suspend their sense of disbelief. Yes, excuse me. And I understand that. When celebrity guests would arrive at the Sesame Street set for the taping, they often would walk into Hooper's store and look around, wishing they could buy something to bring home. Even people paid to engage and make believe wanted to hold in the illustration. That's cool enough. I spilled over the book, sorry. And when I found the shelves lined with the pops, they left the only thing in that stock my disappointment. Barbara Graff went to visit Lee in the hospital and was stunned to see how gravely ill that his castmate would become. He was not pacing water, the Graff said, and I told him that he was mine the doctors was interrogated. I would make sure Sesame Street would be made possible by the letters P upon his return by his set. Well, that might have been his last line after he had fed Will Lee as a funny and smart as Sesame Street himself. Lee suffered a fatal heart attack on December 7th, 1982 at the Upper East Side Hospital. Memorial service held 8 days later at the New York Shakespeare Festival Theater on Elizabeth Street. He left behind a sister, Sophie, who lived in Florida. Wow. Lee's son passing was Arthur's toward the end of the production season with no small issue with anyone associated with the show. In the months that followed, another season that was being written, the production team with research staff was resolved that part of Mr. Hooper would not be recast. Instead, the character by examination, the actor who played him will be memorized in the show in the episode that we put in a tricky business explaining death in the preschool audience. It was left by the head writer Norman Stiles to find an age-appropriate means to accommodate the finality of death without causing children undue fear or confusion. The result, the truly memorial episode, one of the show's best. Wow. To assist him in dealing with such a sensitive topic, research director Berenstein convinced a advisory group of physiologists and religious leaders to provide guidance. It's what we call a charism bath. Berenstein explained. Requiring the experts to allow the writer to soak in experience. With performance, we pronounce it. experts, what do you call it? Anyway, we are in research bringing the people to provide their information within the absolute wires take over and they illustrate what they heard. We end up with an entire episode that dealt with the life cycle about the naturalness and birth and death. The virus who advised us and said that we needed to be mindful that children, like adults, needed to find a sense of culture, even if thought they don't know what culture means. We try to make a show about beginnings and endings, leading to a segment that what said Mr. Hooper has reached to an end point, and I agree with that. That definitely was a part of his life, was a lesson to need to impart, but we have a sidestep religious matters as best we could. But we decided that all religions dealt in human memory, to one degree or another. We decided to state that while Mr. Hooper was not here anymore, we always have that part of him that lives in the heart, and we have our love, and that was always stay. And that same time, we wanted to establish them that sometimes for adults and children experiencing your feelings, and it's hard to do so. Stars went to work, crafting a script that allowed Roscoe Orman as father figure Gorham to lead up the way. It was the first of several brilliant choices. The second was the endless Richard Hunt, who as Forgetful Jones kicked off this first scene at a whooping, whoring, for the reasons he solidly can't remember. But questioning him, Gorham was not only helps Forgetful recall what factors next page. Anyway, led to his Job's prominent move, but established the show's commission that talking about emotions that not only be helpful, but it was even entertaining. Let's see if we can figure this out, Gorham says. Let's think real hard about what was happening when you were feeling happy. Forgetful says the sun was shining, a breeze was blowing, and then the trees started swaying, sort of like dancing back and forth, and then my heart started to beat. And the time was the trees dancing, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-ba-boom, what do you call it? But anyway. Boom, boom, ba-boom, boom. Okay. I started yelling, well, alright, because was happy. Can you imagine me forgiving some things that make me happy? Okay. Later, Big Bird forgets something that made him sad. Scene unfolds in the courtroom as Gorham, Susan, Bob, Maria, Louis, David, Olivia are enjoying coffee, cafe style. Okay. Anyway. Moving on. Hey, I got a great idea, Big Bird says to the audience. Why don't we watch the grown-ups for a while? Something somewhat is dismay. Big Bird sees that what they're doing is talking. While I hope you are going to do something more interesting, Big Bird says. That's okay, I might be able to listen to you guys excited, but what I'm going to do is listen to you say, and from what I hear, guess what you're talking about. No, I'll be bouncing on one leg. Okay. The adults resume their discussing Landro. Wow. A son born to the Williams family, whom everyone seems to know. The baby who may or may not resemble his father, will be coming with his parents to Sesame Street later in the day. Wow. Susan turns to Big Bird and says, "You should be able to guess by now. I'm all the clues together. We were talking all about the baby. We said, what's his name? We said he would look like, and we said that he and his mother were coming over here today." Wow. Big Bird says, right, you're talking about Miss Williams and her baby named Leandro, and she's coming here today. What are you going to talk about now? Well, how about politics? David asks. Oh God. Hey, Big Bird says, not even standing on one leg that can make you interesting. He's got a point, Maria says. The 7 hours are tradition of becoming alive. That sometimes kids can figure out what adults are saying, even when they seem uninterested. After 2 brief inserts return to the courtyard, when adults are now discussing a female political candidate. Wow, it's just sad. David assures us that she is against big spending, big business, and the flailing. She says when she gets into office there will be enough money for government social programs and the space program. Bob says, it sounds great. It sounds great. What's her name? Alice in Wonderland, Gordon answers. Oh my God. It was so... Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, for one, it's not pollution. And 2, it was an amazing Lewis Carroll story. But that's just me. Big Bird arrives with surprises, and from here, we need to experiment every word. Big Bird said, "Hey, it's time for your presents. I got drawn the pictures of all my grown-up friends from Sesame Street. I'm going to give them to you as I'm being an artist when I grow up." And I agree with that. I love being an artist. I drew some pictures of stuff that I wanted. You know, like Big Bird Carol Spain was a drawer. Carol Spain, excuse me, as a drawer. And he done it before as he draw it. But, you know, as for Street Gang, yeah, that book is what I've been currently doing book reviews on. Yeah, I just show you that I want to do book reviews. But this drawing thing, yeah. I've done a lot of drawing before as a kid, but as for this, tech geek and filmmaking, that's my first love. That's just me. But anyway, the drawings are passed out in the mirrors. And last but not least, ta-da! Show everyone a drawing of Mr. Hooper in this half glass and the bow tie. Wow. Well, I can't wait to see it. Awkward silence and glance all around. Say, where is he? I want to give it to him. I know, he's in the store. Bob says, Big Bird, he's not in there. Big Bird says, then where is he? Rhea just standing up and looking around and then rising to talk directly to Big Bird. Big Bird, don't you remember we told you? Mr. Hooper died. He's dead. Big Bird said, oh yeah, I remember. Well, I'll give it to him when he comes back. Oh, God. Just no. And Susan will be like, Big Bird, Mr. Hooper's not coming back. And Big Bird's like, why not? And Susan, standing now, stroking Big Bird's feathers, saying, Big Bird, when people die, they don't come back. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I'm standing here for it, you know? Big Bird, storyfully saying, ever? And Susan's like, no, never. And I agree with Susan. And Big Bird says, well, why not? We said, well, Big Bird, they're dead. They can't come back. Big Bird says, trying to period. And I agree with, I felt worried for Big Bird at this point. Well, he's going to come back. Who's going to take care of the store? Who's going to make my Bursty milkshake and tell me stories? And Dave was like, Big Bird, I'm gonna take care of the store. Mr. Hooper, he left it for me. And I'll make you milkshakes, and we'll tell you stories, and we'll make sure you're okay. Yeah, I agree. Susan's like, sure, we'll look after you, and I agree with that. Big Bird, driven away with his own head down, saying, well, it won't be the same. And Big Bird choked with emotion, saying, you're right, Big Bird, it will never be the same around here without him. But you know something? You can all be very happy with him, the chance to be with him, and to know him, and to love him a lot when he was here. Olivia was like, and Big Bird, we still have our memories of him. Big Bird says, well, yeah, memories how I drew this picture. Next page. Yeah, next page. Anyway. From memory, and we can remember it as much as we want to, but I don't like it. On the strokes of tears, it makes me sad. And David was like, we all feel sad, Big Bird. And I agree with David. Oh, yeah, the late Norman Callaway, yeah. Big Bird is asking once again, he's never coming back. And David said never, and Olivia said no. And Big Bird's a little angry. I don't understand. You know, everything was just fine. Why does it have to be this way? Give me one good reason. Okay. I don't know what you're doing, Big Bird. That's just difficult what's happening next with the thing. Back in 2014, I was doing the Hawks for Robin Williams, which has never been happening anymore. That's just a big thing. And that's why it turned out to be National Stay Alive Day. That's just a thing. But nowadays, just gone off. Period. The end. I just thought it was a bad idea to do this National Stay Alive Day. That's just me. Just want to make sure. But anyway, let's just continue reading. Gordon said, well, Big Bird, it has to be this way because Big Bird quietly says, Quarantine? Yeah, you have to run grammar on this one. But anyway, just because, and Big Bird says, just because. And Big Bird's like, immersing his jaw. You know, I'm gonna miss you, Mr. Looper. And Maria's smiling as tears run from the corner of her eye, saying, that's Hooper, Big Bird. Hooper. Exactly. And Big Bird, as a cast around him. Right. Fade to black. When we finished the scene, there wasn't one of us was facing was triggered with tears, Kelsey said. Joan Stone said let's do another take in just in case. But there was nothing wrong with that take. It was perfect. Currently, Commemoration Cameraman Frankie Bonanno was left uncharged, treasury speechless. It was really, really sad and reality really touchy. He said, for once, not kidding. The episode aired on Thanksgiving 1983. A year after Willie's final appearance in the Macy Thanksgiving Day Parade. It was scheduled on the holiday to allow maximum exposure to families at home. Wow. It was a landmark broadcast, Sesame Street's most novel in the Fenton Hour, and the bravia performance by Carol Spinney, who's arrived as a studio for that day at tape and knowing its lines cold. Joan Stowe, directing that day, could not have asked for more. Prompted by singer Stone had called Spinney for the night before. Just make sure the puppeteer was preparing. Wow. There was not been a lot of time long before, but Spinney had failed to arrive at the studio with some illustrations Stone had expected. Wow. I just got overwhelmed and busy, Spinney said. But Joan was furious, and he never forgave me. For that point forward, he in his eyes, I was reliable. Wow. Spady himself drew the canvas that Big Bird handed out for the to the cast members during the reception of Mr. Hooper's death. In the final scene, Big Bird had the drawing he did for Mr. Hooper, now framed just above his nest on Sesame Street. The camera lingers on the drawing for the second before Elise came knocking the door to ask Big Bird if he wanted to see the Williams baby. Big Bird gets the last line chorus. It's a war, you know. The one thing is about new babies. The one day they're not here, the next day, here they are. By the way, Sesame Street came to us that day, sponsored by the letter J, as in Jeff, Jam, Joan, Joe, and John, and by the number 5. Those are 5 figurettes. They're actually the one thing about this episode, by the way. There was why is there some reason to say M or whatever? I don't know. That's just me. But anyway, there's 5 J's on there. But anyway, in the minds of Sesame Street's young viewers, puppets and people are interchangeable characters, coming and going in episodes past like highway markers. As Mr. Hooper's store fades to this distance, a new landmark has come into view. It was Elmo, the twice improper Muppet. In 1985, Elmo was built by the bit player among the Muppets, just one of the backyard characters that the Henson's puppeteers refer as A.M. Muppets, A for Muppets for short. Short for A for Muppets, but anyway. Initially, they are like naked management wanted to wait to be dressed with a department store window, or Mr. Potato Head, for instance. Before the eyes, nose, and also appearance are added, whatever need arises for a one-time use character. Wow. Or a gag or anonymous puppet for a crowd theme. Hence, backstage Muppet Wangers reach into the trunk and grab AM's the Muppets requirement with a chorus line, and just as it can happen in Musical Fear, the director spots for the prey phase. Sometimes anything Muppets are plucked from the pack. So it was with Elmo, who may have been sold out simply for being a dressing shade of cherry lollipop red. Wow. Lost in the midst of time, which production member said just was why some for it. In fact, even though how Elmo came to be named is no longer known. But this much we do know. Puppeteers Brian Newell performed Elmo 3 or 4 times, using a sweet, whispery voice for the character. It did not stick. Yeah. And Libby, if watching this, she commented my post saying, did Elmo sound like that? And I said to him, yeah, he sounded like that. And that's why I said in the comments. So it was Brian Newell at the time. But anyway, soon after Gnome, Very Nature, with Swiss measuring group, Ensure Zanuck left the Muppets to pursue acting and writing. Wow. When he departed his characters to provide dividend up, Marty Robinson got Telly, Barky the dog went to a young gymnast, newcomer Kevin Clash got the Nobel Prize, and Richard Hunt and failed entered Elmo. Hunt was who gravitated the more flamboyant. This is sad. Yeah. As I watched Being Elmo, the documentary on PBS, it was a sad look when I was watching it. And I saw it this year, I was like, oh my god. Fragile characters and avoided cute ones took an Elmo, disliked Elmo. Richard loved opera and party, Clash said, and he often came in with a hangover. With an aching head, he would give away parts to the young puppeteers, literally throwing them at us. Richard saved his energy for the hipper, more established characters, and he just hated doing Elmo, and I agree with that. Next page. Norman Stiles, our head writer, would say in a discuss, what is Richard doing with that character? Legend had that Hunt into the Muppet green room one day, holding Elmo upside down by his rod, as were carrying a dead buzzard by his claw. I was only puppeteer bear, Clash recalled. Richard said, "You know that what? Have you got a voice for this?" With that Hunt sent Elmo flying across the room. This is sad. That flight are now like Lindbergh's learning for Clash, who had wanted nothing more from the age of 9 than to be featured performer for Jim Henson's Muppets. While other children were playing ball in the streets of his boyhood home of Turf Station, Maryland, an historic African-American community south of Baltimore that they are sometimes called tourism stations, Clash was making puppets when remnants out of his mother's stewing basket. Like Henson, Clash fashioned one of his first characters from the lining of the discarded woman's coat. There was just the first of many players in the lives of two men who learned the rudiments of television production through puppetry. Wow. While working as teenagers for the local station of Baltimore, Washington Coroner, both demonstrated sketching or cartooning talent at an early age of fondness for Walt Disney Animation. Both were collectors of scraps and found objects, discards and junk that the recycled and refractionated in the small whimsical creations. In both cases, wherever the scraps of their personality were hidden behind a veil of shyness and reverse exploited in performance even as children. Ken was one of the four children born George and Grace Clash. George himself, by nature a quiet man, was a welder of Reynolds Metals Company in the neighborhood Hayman. Grace was at a home child care center in their 2-bedroom, 1-bathhouse at 17 Pittsburgh Avenue. There was always children around who was my brothers and sisters. Clash said with a laugh, "Kids was gratitude to my parents." Like his father, Kevin could draw and illustrate with a common flair. I really did get interested in reading until I was discovered TV Guide, he said. Chapter books at school seemed so long to me, and I agree with that. And I hated to get called on during read. But I really was interested in reading about celebrities and TV Guide, and I really enjoyed TV as a child. His favorite program was the CBS Children's Film Festival, the showcase of international films that was hosted by Coco Franoli and written by Johnstone Tom Whedon. I would never seen the top red balloon for the first time on that series and loving it. He said Sesame Street did not debut until Clash was 9. When anybody watched it along with his daycare kids at home. But many other boys will pass by on the screen and their younger siblings watch. Clash found Maria's, I'm not going to say the S word, attractive. And like her being even more when she wasn't around with that David. Wow. Clash was 12 when he built a finger puppet named Mondi, who resembled Mickey Mouse at the time. I wanted in some ways to go into the fantasy with while becoming my shyness, he said. When my mother would send me out to buy bread, I saw a person walking toward me. I duck and find another way to get to the store. In early adolescence, way to pronounce it, he built a wisecracking puppet inspired by a school friend named Tony Bertie. But the puppet who took the name of Bertie as egg-shaped eggs, pantry hose, containers for eyes, and the wig that had belonged to Clash's grandmother. The more he made, the better he got, said Glaze, a local tastes and animated treasurer. Glaze took plenty of criticism from neighbors who were forever questioning why his teenage boy was staying indoors by his singer sewing machine, while the other kids in the neighborhood were outplayed. My parents would never put a negative twist on my interest in puppets, Clash said. They never pursued me to go out and play sports if I chose not to. Peers teased me, but when I go into high school and I was doing various shows and heckling them, it was completely different. George was paid little heed and was what everyone but his wife had to say. And she had plenty. The daycare mother was only too happy to have Kevin entertain the kids, not to that was anyone's business. Sometimes when they taught was soggy drawers, had to know other changes of clothes, she shipped to the trousers of the puppet and onto the child. George built Kevin's first puppet stage and chartered his son around to Baltimore area performances. Kevin's first paid gig at 13 was at the neighborhood recreation hall. He earned $2.55. Wow. He gradually built a reputation as a gradual performer, but sometimes he gave away candy to ensure a full house. By age 16, when he was a sophomore at Dundee High School, he was being paid $20 for a half-hour performance in the church ball, social in the private home, for a birthday party, at $35 for a 4-hour show. Wow. Kevin invested for a portion of the proceed towards a purchase of a hobby shops and fabric stores, combination storage containers for fur, felt, and foam rubber. In the years before Baltimore's disclaimed rubber front was transformed by the shops and pays for the urban makeover known as Harbor Place, Kevin was entertained on downstairs town streets using the area of handmade. Next page. Okay. Puppets lip sync to recordings and played on a portable tape machine. Mama and son Stonks would sing Henry Wendy's "You and Me Against the World," spawned to Earth, Wind, Fire, had two puppets dancing and the bumper, and he'd bring up the fire character, the singer, Dave Boone's "You Light Up My Life," excuse me. Throughout Barty, whose skin was made from orange terry cloth, who bar with passerby, black by hair, he would ask before yanking off his wig. Here you can have it. Clash wants told his hometown Morning newspaper, the Baltimore Sun, that Barty can tell people off especially the cold dudes. He would get hurt. Now he won't get hurt either. He was one person who can get away with it. Kevin Secon Screw, and when he was in his 10th grade, appearing at the Darling Heritage Festival, inspired by Stu Kerr, personally television personality and weather forecaster in Baltimore, who had been host of local television children's show programs in the thrills of cheaply produced studio shows like Dollar for Dollars, Conditional and Daily. Kerr and Bob Keeshan were friends. Wow. Dating back in the days together the post-war pages of NBC television in New York. Keeshan would essentially both book here on Captain Kangaroo to play Scoop, a Sasha Bray newsman. At the time he met Cash, Kerr was developing Caboose, a new railroad-themed kids show. Wow. In which the host would pay a train conductor. He would invite Clash to come along to the rides. And over the next 2 years, the young puppeteer learned to perform on the job. Unknowingly, he would put in the same technique Henson developed at WRC in the 1950s. Wow. But when he began his roles in musical theater productions at predominantly would pronounce it, White Redunk High School, things changed. Class pleading baritone was developing around witchness by age 16. During the winter of his junior year, he snagged the role of Sky Madison, the romantic lead in the spring musical staging of Guys and Dolls, in his 2006 movie, which I'll talk about some other time, on another book review series, which I'll talk about. But anyway, Clash recalled his sense of triumph in playing part of that Martin Brando in the 1955 film adaptation. I was well on air, Clash said. It was a dream role that had some great acting scenes and performed show-stopping songs like Love Me Be a Lady and My Time of Day. I was also especially pleased that Sky's love interest, Sarah, was going to be played by a girl who was a friend of mine. Vanessa and I were in the music and drama classes together, and she brought in the talented, with a remarkable voice. The examination was short-lived, thanks to a phone call Kevin received a few days after the cast list was posted outside high school's music room and rehearsals had begun. Dunk High School has strangely drawn its students' body with a watery blue color swept of southwestern Baltimore County. Racial tensions was also under the surface, and the cafeteria body that broken under the between whites and blacks, and the school made headlines in Baltimore in the 1970s. It may have had more to do with drugs than race. Clash, who was given a ride home that day by the school's drama teacher after the students were sent home at midday. On Father's Day 2006, Kevin Glaze and George Matt, Clash, sat around an outdoor patio table in the suburban Baltimore County. There was a family that values respect and tolerance, hard work and sordid laughter, and gratitude for every blessing. Both Glaze has a framed photograph of Agnes Davis atop the family's RCA's radio RCA TV set. She was hardly a black power mountain in the 60s. She was prideful, as well as her husband, as we raised the children to be comfortable in the skin, to to stand second to no one. That explains why sadness and this cold residual anger still crosses their faces when they recall what's happening with a handsome star with their household. The shy child who mustered his courage to perform without his puppets picked up a receiver in this day, 1976, on the line with Vanessa. The student chosen to play Sister Sarah, the Skeleton Army mystery with Upart Prairies with and Desiree Gammer's Sky and Guys and Dolls. After nervously stumble over small talk, clashes castmate lower the boom. You know, in the musical, you and I have to kiss. You can't do that. We can't do that. Vanessa's mother, close in the background, permitted her to ask Kevin to step down from the role. Clash's heart sank in a bold attempt to undo a decision that wasn't hers to manage vulture. What she was really saying was, you can't kiss in front of everyone in the school because you were black and I was white. Glaze, too, was listening nearby. When my mom heard step down, she went off, pouring words in my ear. Clash said, I can barely take in everyone she was saying, but I knew that was a theory of her, and her was coming out. It was up to Kevin to clarify things. I told her I was not the one with the problem she was, he said. Glaze wanted Vanessa to put her mother on. The parent refused. I wanted to remain her. This was not about love her daughter or Kevin coming for dinner like Sidney Poitier in that movie. This is about acting, she said. Kevin could have been asked to kiss a block of wood. But the situation was he was playing a part required that lead man and kiss the lead lady. Oh God. Vanessa was eventually gave up the part of taking the role of the chorus. Wow. Next page. We're almost there. Apologized months later. The role of Sarah was taken up by an African American student, a student who was already have a crush on Clash. She had no problem with the kiss scene, Clash said. And Grace Clash and stirred her with the adults and the figure most promisingly in Clash's development, the performer. That was the third. Clash first came to know of Kermit Love after watching an episode of Call It Macaroni. A situated children's program was that won a George Foster Peabody Award for Westinghouse broadcast in 1975. Narrated by children, the documentary, stupid bug, but anyway. The documentary series explored extraordinary applications, like that of love, costume designer, maker. The Clash, the fully bearded Love seemed like a modern-day wizard, and we was determined to meet him. Glaze, not wanting to be deserted, began calling the local station in Baltimore that aired the monthly show, asking for a contact name and number of Love. To no one's surprise, she was not only got the proof for him, but convinced Love to meet with Kevin during an upcoming school trip to New York. He did, and the lifetime bond was formed. Not long afterward, Kerr began to talk up with a young puppeteer to find to Bob Keeshan, who saw the tape of Clash at the Children's Convention in New York. While still in high school, Clash took a meeting with the executives at Captain Kangaroo. He was kind of young, who saw genius right away, Keishan told Newsday in 1988 he was always a great puppeteer and actually as a incredible craftsman. Keishan sent 2 admirees to Baltimore and investigative craftsman. Keishan sent 2 admirees to Baltimore to investigate to 89 puppets Clash had built. Well, which were crammed onto plastic shelves in his parents' bedroom. The producer at Wire chose 5 puppets for the show. Clash began to make frequent appearances during the final 2 very seen seasons of Captain Kangaroo on CBS. Almost currently, the network scheduled at 6 a.m. allowing the show to run with and die in the hour with it when its viewers were either barely awake or still asleep. In addition to during puppetry, Clash played a college student on Kangaroo. It was a worst costume, he said. Penny loafers and an algae vest. It was pretty embarrassing, said Keishan. We would see how really difficult it was for him to get out behind the puppets. How he hated to be on the camera himself. What's magic about him is how he just becomes it so incredibly reverse when he was in real life. And when he was getting behind the puppet. With the puppet, he outgoing and funny as he can be, and outrageous. Without the puppet, he is just a nice, laid-back young man. Clash was determined to join the Muppets, and Love was just a demand to help him. When a call went out for extras to work with Sesame Street, following the 1979 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, he recommended Clash, the 19-year-old, enrolls in the middle of the night in Baltimore. To get into New York in time to perform Cookie Monster. Waving the throngs along Broadway. At the parade, just for the late morn, he hopped on Sorbonne train back to Thanksgiving dinner in Maryland. Was terminated at having meet Jim Henson, however briefly. For a dizzying spell of time, Clash worked with 21 hours days in New York, juggling responsible for Kangaroo, Love Syndicated children's show, Great Space Coaster. I will do Great Space Coaster in the morning. Then from 2 p.m. to like 6 p.m. I will do Captain. And then from 6 p.m. to midnight, I will do pre-recorded Space Coaster. And then from midnight to 6, I was building puppets for the Captain. And then I would have to go in at 8:30 in the morning. Fortunately, I was young and healthy. It was right around the time, I was getting a call from the Jim Henson, Jim Franken, Jerry were in London doing the Muppet Show. They needed puppeteers from Sesame Street. Clash said they had a special assignment in London for the 6-foot, 180-pound, Judy-built puppeteer. The hind end of Snuffleupagus. Bert, Jerry, Richard Hunt have done that job. It was just toward their backups. Clash said. It was my turn, I guess. Clash also performed an array of characters without much destination, way to pronounce it, until Hunt Larry tossed Elmo into his arms. As Hunt walked away, Clash began experiencing with fragmental voice he have used from time to time, but I really didn't like finding Elmo's soul until I took a trip home to Baltimore. Back to the kids and the mother's care. That's what I found is immature, his positive and sweetness. Wow, this This is awesome, but that's just me. Teen actress Austin Bartlett, now known as Austin Bartlett Valley, now known as Austin Bartlett. I don't know where she is now, but anyway, auditioned for the one-day part of Sesame Street and nailed it. Despite herself, it was 1985. And I was a student at the Garden High School with a bad attitude, she said. Almost didn't take an audition, and I said to my agent, "Thank you, but I'm not going to be hired on Sesame Street yet." But at that point, I was already typecast and a top kid. Julia Foster roles, and I have just played a girl who had been fun in the alley. I'm being known as to our alley. John Stone had been seeing her for 2 years before on Broadway, playing a teenage drifter in David Robe's Hurry Burry. Wow. My agent said, "We need to get someone on your resume under the roles you've been doing." And I very agreed to go, she recalled. Wow. Next page. A bunch of girls were there, and I did a compare and despair thing, and sat around thinking why I'm here. And I was in jeans and t-shirt, and felt completely as far as I didn't fit in. Been on walls and around myself to hide my insecurities and prejudgments. Then about 2 seconds from leaving, they called me in. Stone, Lisa, and Simon were there. This was Marty Robinson performing with Telly. No, there was a script. The investment was on the proof, and O'Reilly quickly got into the script and the Muppet in the play. Wow. John struck me in the ghetto Santa Claus. Wow. Now I like him immediately, Barrett said. She got in the part, arrived in the studio, prepared for the play one project meeting on the roof of 123 Sesame Street. The script called for her to get directions to the pair of honkers. The brightly hued, slightly crazy creatures who were communicated only through trumpet-like prominence glowing out of the tops of their heads. Wow. Anyone in the studio but me was clued in Marty Robinson's and Kevin Clash were going to be put this kind of friendly elimination, she said. They tore me while we were shooting, pulling my sack, hugging away in my ear, high-fiving each other. They were just trying to see how I could react. But I'm a New Yorker, but I've been through a lot worse harassment than that. Growing up in Brooklyn helped. Regina would become a recurring role. At first she was a crazy, kooky, kind of tough, ignorant kid and questioning type who was hyper and a bit confused, she said. I was all over the place with her, nervous and jury, but she had a spunky spark with her that they like. It was only after the actress was working on Sesame Street for a while that she would share this childhood memory with her castmates. When she was 4, Alyssa was in a big sister Holly should bundle up along Central Park West, watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. A whole movie shows her wide-eyed and shivery in a fur coat and muff. But it also shows Fate stepping in. All of a sudden, you see the Sesame Street float coming into view in the movie. And then Will we and Northern Calloway hop off the float and come towards us and shake our heads. Wow, okay. Norman Calloway is becoming increasingly unreasonable, way to pronounce it, around the time Rowley joined the cast. He was appealing in fewer scenes because of his ability to remember and deliver lines. All the sparkle that he had characterized his studio work in the 1970s had dulled. All that talent has become buried and burnated. Wow. Dolly Singer had compassion for him and did what she could, but from the mid-80s on, Calloway, oh man, there may be tissue on the way, but anyway, Calloway was becoming less and less a part of Sesame Street. The little part came in 1987 production year when the storyline was developed for Maria and Louise, who could be compared to the Wen on Sesame Street. At first in the show, in real life, then 37-year-old Susan Mazzano had recently married, and the idea of 30-something Maria fell in love with Louise. A tender-hearted, empathetic man, she gotten to know with trust over time, appealing to producers and writers as TV relationships go. The marriage was more than plausible. But the news of development was the patient in Calloway, who had so long playing David as Maria's boyfriend. He thought that if a character should marry Maria, oh God, but it should be his. It was never a serious consideration. It was my idea to do a marriage, and I played it cautious. Singer said, "I thought it would be better to do it with Louise, but I didn't want to open up another kill with a fish. It was enough to get away on the show and have a family without opening ourselves up more difficulties. And I thought it would be a good, helpful thing to show a stable Latino family." Sad. Singers turned to Jeff Moss as to script the away episode and provide the words and music. The addition of the lead number of Sesame Street's finest hours. Once again, Joan Stone directed. Intense, Tenuous Moss turned the operatic cat that was romantic as revealing 7 minors of celebrity and song and spare dialogue that play out in the brownstone's rooftop deck. With solid Chicago backdrop, it was separately revealed as said the stories Louise Maria, back briefly introducing the bride's mother and groom's proud father. Seated in the open-air congressman among the other attendees were Gordon, Susan, Mr. Inatall, McIntosh, way you pronounce it, stage manager Chet O'Brien, Gina, David, Bert, Ernie, Two-Headed Monsters, The Count, Cookie Monster, Oscar, and the Summit Tizizo. Wow. Telly the Big Bird, who whispers, "You look beautiful." As Maria entered and off the shoulder right gown with just a hint of the cleavage. After surprise, addressed the bride and groom and explained marriage's terms and simple enough for preschoolers to comprehend, yet adequate enough for adults to appreciate. When two people get married, when they do is make a promise to each other, he says, Luis and Maria are making a promise today. A promise to share their lives together. Lives together. A promise to help one another, care for each other, and to love each other for the rest of their lives. They're celebrating the promise in front of you, the people who love most, their friends, and their families. Next page, and we'll wrap it up with 2 more chapters and 2 more episodes. So there you go. Let's just read 1 more page and we'll wrap things up. Anyway. The service dissolves and up in the intro, a siege of lyrics that much touch into the dialogue of the president the becoming groom look at her. Is she wonderful? The bride with her lace of cold feet. It's another altogether possible. I made a major error. My hands are cold. My forehead's hot. It's either love or terror. The either you jeer little ring when you're met beer. Don't drop the rings. Ammo, please. Ammo, don't drop the rings. The already heavy ex-boyfriend. Isn't it funny? I've seen her each day of my life. Now she's becoming Police's new wife. I'm not used to thinking of her as anyone's wife. And I agree. I'm sorry sad for Norman at this point. The Whispered Badger and Best Man, Bob, turned the maid of honor, Linda. Sometimes I wonder how it would be married. If I want to be were married, would it be someone like you? The longtime girlfriend, Linda, dreamily responded in sign language through a video balloon. Sometimes I wonder how you would be married. I wonder if you too. I wish I knew. Yeah. The newly appointed parents, Gordon and Susan, with junior attempted, Miles. Look at him. Is he wonderful? Lisa Maria engaged bows and rings, and President concludes, I now pronounce you husband and wife. In the back row, Big Bird bursts out, yay, and Gina closes his beak, so I'll hit the bride and groom to kiss. Just as the Mr. Hooper Memorial has been Writer Norman Stiles' masterpiece, the wedding episode was Jeff Moss. Together as the polls has been held up the canvas tent that was Sesame Street in the 80s, a reflection of someone silly, sometimes sad, always surprising, ruthlessly spinning Cosaigo circus of life. So that was chapter 17. I'd like to thank you all for what I think about this chapter. It was amazing. We got a couple more chapters left in the episodes left to finish up the read, and we're going to wrap things up. So anyways, guys, double up some book reviews, episode number 18. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be chapter 18 in the book called Street Gang. Till next time, so Joseph, goodbye, peace out, baby. Get more videos, guys, very soon. Till then, Jumper say out. See ya. We're cleared. Anyway, save and anyway. Save. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to add two more book reviews for the rest of the day, and we're gonna wrap up Elgin 2020 day number 227 because I'll be done with projects. So there you go. It's an easy task for me to exercise. So there you go. Let's just go ahead and do it now. Let's see if I don't cut. Okay. Okay. I'll get back to the final clips for season 2, 3, 4, sometime and another time. Right now we got other things to do. Okay. Oh, okay. back is killing me. From all that reaching and all that good activities. All that bullshit. You know what I mean? Ow. You know what I mean? That's fine. So this is gone. Next. Give me one moment. And there. There. Chapter 17 in the book. Chapter 16. Stop. got it. Now what we're going to do is export the project and yeah. Tools library. It's done. Part 7, Part 8, Part 9 needs to be cancelled immediately. I don't know. We'll see. It depends. Oh, why the hell? Well, you guys stay? Okay. Where was it going? Delete the quit, and we're done. This one's cool. Okay. We don't have the rest of the history behind it, but I'll have to finish editing these two right here. As soon as I get done with this, then I'll be done doing dinner and all the good activities. But I'll be right back, and we'll wrap things up. I'm back, folks. Get ready to start eating dinner, and we'll wrap up with just 2 more editing tools. Because I was supposed to be editing this and then LJPCBM, but right now it's time to edit an LJPCBM episode. I'm supposed to be doing today. So, let's get finishing up right about now. Shall we? Right. Come right back. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to start finishing up the project. And then we'll wrap up Elgin 2020 day or two. And we'll wrap up Elgin 2020 day 200 and Excuse me. Day 227. Excuse me. Misspoke. But anyway. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If I forget about this, then oh well. Episode 18. Chapter 17. There. Okay. See where this is going. No. Okay, we got 18. Chapter 17. There we go. Let me export this right now. Anyway, let's export that as well. And we movies there. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna do now is So that was strange, I haven't told whatever else besides this thing. Open and closing, yeah. Try that again. Yeah, I'm gonna quit. I'll see you tomorrow for the Elgin 2020 Day 2028. See ya.